Trump versus Obama. Who had the best economy? Who had the best gas prices? Who had the best vibe? That's the topic of discussion today. Was Obama more cooler as a president? I'm not saying that I ain't have his flaws. He ain't do nothing. But in this climate right now, with Donald Trump the president, it just seems super shaky. Don't nobody seem like they on the right page. Don't nobody seem like they on the same page in America. You name it. If it's gonna happen, it feels like it's gonna happen in this regime and in this time frame. And today's topic is Obama versus Trump, who had the best economy. And even the dollar that we're spending right now, is the dollar that Trump built. It ain't got nothing to do with Obama because Trump setting the climate for it. He got Iran looking like they do things. He got our old allies looking like our new enemies. He got our old enemies looking like our frenemies. He got the military crying. He got their families crying, wanting them to come home. The best economy, we had the best gas prices, in your opinion. It's three of y'all in here, man. What's up? Yeah. Oh, what's up? What's up? What's up with you? Yeah, yo, they've been blocking me out, fam. You know. See, you identified that. What's up with your intentional aura? What you doing? Working today? Well, you off, fam. The fam. What you think, intentional aura? You think it was a setup with that Nolan stuff, getting off the subject of Donald Trump and Obama? Think it was a setup? But yeah, good to see you, man. You've been grinding. Oh, hey, yo, Aura, you got smart too. With your name, you got smart. You got to get, you know what I mean? Grinding, that's what it is, fam. Yo, you know, for like last guy there gone 104 Sundays we've been meeting out here, man. You've been coming past. That's it, man. Yeah, just, you know what I mean? Just taking it slow one day at a time. Six of y'all in here, man. Let's get them lights up, man. What y'all think? Donald Trump or Obama? Who had the better? Who was better at the decision makings? Who was, you know? Let's take a deep dive into this situation. Trump, man, Trump is so vindictive too. Y'all ever notice that Trump will not apologize to his peoples? Or, I mean, he get a loaf of bread and he get nobody a slice. Like, is that the guy y'all want in office? All of them, like I said, I'm not holding up for Obama. All of them do their dirt. All of them. But the way that you treat people, you can't slap them in the face with a smile. You know what I'm saying? Let me see here. What y'all got going on this? This the coldest it's been. Ain't it crazy? This the coolest it's been. 82 degrees at 10 o'clock in the morning here since whenever. We've been having them 90-degree mornings. Wake up in a pool of sweat situation. Shout out everybody coming through. How much is gas in your area, fam? How much is gas in your area, y'all? What's up, player? What's up, player? No, that's what's good, family. You've been supporting me for 104 months, at least 2 years. You've been here every Sunday. Sassy Mo, you missed the they had a goddamn stampede last night, man. Y'all, you missed the stampede. They came last night. They came through, fam. What's going on this morning? How's everybody Saturday, man? How's everybody Saturday? I saw that they opening up their own bank. These people terrible, man. What up? What up? What up? The 2 double. What's up with you? Cooling down. Sassy Mo, these people terrible. With that daggone that cryptocurrency is too volatile too. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. You say it's hot. What's the temperature in Memphis? In M-Town? Juicy J got a new song too. I think it's Juicy J, Project Pat, and somebody else. Yeah, that's it. When you start letting them get away with that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? He's starting a bank now. What is that? And he ain't even helping him get great again. He done started a bank with all our money, but that's why you see stuff like when he said, when Donald Trump said that's peanuts to you, come on, but that should let you know who he dealing with. His main priority is to get paid. I'm sorry. All the great white hope stuff goes out the window with Donald Trump. His main priority, I see now, is get paid. But can you blame him? That's the American way, ain't it? But I say, if you're going to get it, feed the wolves. That's the complicated thing about this with Donald Trump and his first to get paid is he taking care of, the background. You're nothing without your background, fam. Every business has background music. Is he paying the people with the background music? Yo, you gotta get your racist stuff up, fam. They don't say ooga no more. You gotta get your racist stuff up. They don't say ooga booga. Smash like, y'all. Yep, don't hate the player, hate the game, because we allow it. Learn how to play the game. You talking that shit now, see? Learn how to play the game. We so many times, find ourselves wondering how do you do that there? And that's the number one example. Learn how to play the game. You feel me? Shout out everybody coming through. The topic is Obama versus Trump, who had a better economy, gas prices. You know what I mean? Also, keep your head up. Carmelo, Athony. Don't forget Nolan Wells, Austin Metcalf, and all young Americans that lost their life. You know what I'm saying? Shout out everybody coming through. There's so many cavemen out here, man. It's crazy. Is this national caveman something? Shout out everybody coming, man. Let's see here. Y'all know y'all would never be you would never be even bested by somebody that's on your level. It'll always be somebody that is, not doing so well that'll try to come in and let's deal with that this morning. Why do people deny white privilege exists? Well, Nolan Wells a victim of white privilege, fam. I keep telling people the wrong rule in life. Worry about yourself no matter who sits in any commit position. It had always been every man woman for his or himself, and that's true. Two double. For sure, man. Emotional intelligence is needed. Main thing. A big boot. Ooh, you might need a big boot today, fam. Shout out everybody go through. So, like T-Double said, some people just can't handle the emotional intelligence. What y'all do? Y'all think Donald Trump won or lost the Iran war? I think he lost. But something ain't right with that. Something just ain't right. That boy. We just look down. See how they do it? They always come through with the nonsense, but you know what I'm saying? It's needed because once somebody tell you something, it's up to you to believe them. Oh yeah, that Uncle Snoop. What is that Uncle, like a Kush or something? Or it's on Garbo. Because y'all know they hating on Snoop now. They say Snoop on some bullshit. Yep, he started and lost the war by himself, but we paying for it. All these people. Did y'all realize that all of this, when he has to pay reparations and concessions to Iran, is going to come out of the state's budget? Right. Donald Trump is posting all these, man. Donald Trump is posting all these crazy money days he done had. Okay, wedding cake and sunset sherbet. That joint pop good. My favorite strand always will be and has been since I came across it was that Girl Scout cake. Before then, I would have to say like the Sesamilia and the the school Rasta weeds was my favorite. Yep, it's not about war, it's about money and how much can he get before catch on to it. Ain't that crazy? It's not about war, it's about money and how much Donald Trump can get before we get a hold of it. You know what I'm saying? How much is gas in y'all area? How much is gas in Memphis, fam? $3.25. You know what? I ain't heard nobody throw out a crazy number yet. I ain't seen nobody throw out a crazy number yet, fam. And like that sick gas, that means we done in the $6 gas. Oh, NY. Okay. $3.99. What's up, Miller? Bad dog. What's a bad dog? Akita. Okay, $3.25, $3.99, $4.10. Okay. I see on further north you go, it's like $1 difference starting down south. Crazy, and it's like $1 difference the further north you go. Like, because I had yesterday I did Michigan and Kentucky. It was $1 difference. Okay. 410, the big 410. That's the highest I've seen in California. Woo, 557. But y'all know everything in California always have a little bit of spin on it. They brainwash them to believe that this is what it is and you're gonna price for it. You know what I'm saying? But what y'all, and then nobody can come in and say, well, it's a ball. This Joe Biden is not Donald Trump in office for like 2 years now, and shit for like 6 of these. How long he been at war with Iran? He done fucked off at war. He should have did that on the end of his shit. Right? He should have been straight, get money, feed wolves, and then okay, let's go. We about to do this, and maybe that the people would have been with him. You can't fight on an empty stomach and a hungry man, angry man. So maybe if he would have fed the wolves, got us up, you know what I mean, got us worked out and everything. Let's do this. Maybe the people would have got behind him. But I mean, I see that some people are just stingy like that. Like, that shit crazy. He ain't even want to give us a slice of this shit. Like, Donald Trump getting it in. Damn near physical fitness with his shit. And he not feeding the wolves. That's be the problem, man. That be the problem, y'all. Bag Talk. Peace. What's going on, Bag Talk? The black man is God, most definitely. But you know, it's a different dollar, though, man. The gas price has fighting, but it's a different dollar, man. A lot of companies that are price gouging, they're always price gouging under Trump. They did under they price gouging like they do when it's supposed to be a hurricane. When it's a hurricane, water be like $10 for a bottle. You like bleach be. You know what I'm saying? Anything that's dealing with cleansing and everything with a hurricane or something like that, shit go left on them. Shout out everybody coming through, man. We living in some terrible times. They so decided they're gonna ship that boat out. They're gonna switch that boat out. So now, in 90 days, we'll be hearing from the USS Washington. They're gonna be wanting, you know. I say shut it down, Trump. Your losses. Get back to making America great. That's my opinion. Why no one was highlighting how and his family were doing under the table deals, making millions. 32 double. Hunter was on track and he was making deals with China for some electricity and Ukraine. They knew it. They know. Not only is gas higher, but everything else is. Well, not to mention the food poisoning, and that's true indeed. Pussy Productions. What's up? Hey y'all know what's so crazy? That this shit so dope, it tells me who's on the phone and who's on the laptop. That's crazy. I just noticed that. T-Double, you're not on your phone, fam. Not only gas is higher, but everything else is. Well, not to mention the food is poison. Let me say that again. Picking and grinning. What's up with you picking and grinning? What's up, fam? Nah, picking. Once a person show you who they is, believe them, fam. Once somebody show you is 10 bears. What's up with you 10 bears? Y'all double tap that screen. Y'all share me out. Let's get this conversation held. How much is gas in our area, man? And for those of y'all that didn't get the memo,
Wow, look at this, 79%, in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now? Yeah,
I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this, 79%, in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. prices, you get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification.
Smash that like, y'all. What's going on? Man, I'm gonna keep it real, fam. You said the hurt that Europe is feeling. It's feeling hurt because they brought it on themselves. Europe is the number one colonizer all over the world. You know what I mean? What y'all think, man? How much is gas in y'all think, man? So far, everybody, I ain't been seeing, outlandish, you know what I mean, out of this gas be stealing. This swelling. And it's affecting the food prices and I'm cool with the Islamics, because guess what? You cuck. Islamics will let you worship the way you want to worship. They ain't gonna bother you. It seems it's the Christians that want to put up restrictions on how you can move and who you can love and where you can love at. That's the Christians doing that. And seemingly for all the weird shit y'all saying Muslims gonna bring out, what do y'all feel like these secular Christian people are doing when they allow transvestites and people like that to read books to your kids and don't let you know that they're doing it? Yeah, they always blow out the real shit, you know what I mean? They always blow out shit, family. You got to know that. How is Islam a disease? 10 baths, 7 million new jobs, middle class income over 6K yearly. Man, the middle class is almost gone, dude. The middle class is almost gone. You don't think it's people in Islam, just like you probably don't think it's no gay MAGA, no gay Democrats, no gay Republicans. They're all Democratic Christians, huh? Wow. Wow. Look at this guy, you just screaming. If some Muslim guy took your girl, are you crazy? They want Sharia law. Just to sure live in a county that a sheriff's there, that's the very name of Sharia law, sheriff. You already under Sharia law. You know what I mean? Dummy. You already under Captain's mask. All this stuff, the judicial system in America was created off of this mask, because the only person who was of law that first came here was the captain. He was the highest person in command. Wow, hit dog gonna holler. Know what I'm saying? Hit dog gonna holler. How much is gas in your city, y'all? Trump is doing a great job getting them illegals off the driving trucks. Yeah, but there's a lot of illegals from like Pakistan. You feel me? Smash that like, y'all, share me out. Y'all see we got some comic relief in here. You know that you would never be bested by anybody someone better than you. It's always be something that, you know what I mean, ain't doing shit. But guess what, buddy? Your reach ain't long enough. Your peeps ain't long enough. You feel me? And you know what Trump was saying right about now, right? Because I got to deal with it. You know what Donald Trump was saying right, homie?
I'm sorry, you're fired. Get out of here.
Wake up, go up, homie. Go wake up, homie. You're fired. You know what Trump would say right there? Holla, homie. You was fucking up the flow. Let's get back to business as usual. Politics as usual. A lot of times say the middle class is the most powerful symbol, or was the most powerful symbol of America. That these people can come here, we can make this money and live, and you can get this and credits, you know. But now AI might even be shaking that up. Because they call the middle class jobs, they can become middle class. That means everybody that was middle class is, I mean, predominantly. Yeah, it's not a Christian nation, you know what I mean? Because they're supposed to separate God and the church, don't they? God and the church are supposed to be separated. Right. God and the church can be separated. Godfather, what's up with you? What's up with you, Godfather? Y'all was here last night. We did like 80 Thou Wow last night, man. Did y'all see the live stream? 80 Thou Wow. So many people was here was doing it one day. Todd was in here going back and forth with him. After we had a little powwow with our people, the OGs had their powwow when we broke bread and we departed and did another live. That joint went Smith and West. Seafood's even. That shit was crazy, but it is what it is. Right, for you to be indoctrinated. No education, it's straight up indoctrinated. This is what it is. Don't go research it because I did the research for you. All you have to do is believe. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to work their magic. Donald Trump, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, all of them are the same people. Yeah, religion and politics don't even really matter today. Religion don't matter. All your politics is where you at on the wealth chart. Where you at on the wealth chart. All that don't even matter these days. Saudi Arabia too. I wonder, is their money declining? Is their money? Do their money ever get funny? Like, what's their money? Like Riyadhs or what's the money they do? How they do their money? Dollars, but they also have their own. What's going on, Ann Crossley? How much is gas in your area? How much is gas in your area? That's why I look at the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The Joint Chiefs of Staff, what's they play? You notice that they are highly involved, but they ain't saying nothing against Donald Trump. Being the commander-in-chief, you know, he not taking care of the troops. Why are they speaking out? Because they probably telling him what to do. They probably giving him, 369, okay? That's about from 369 to 349 is where I'm seeing where it's at. When we start, okay, 335. Okay, see what I'm saying? Start seeing that $5-6 gas, when gas becomes solids from 6 to 5. Right now, I'll say from the average 350 to 450. Just, you know what I mean? But we start seeing 550 to 650 as the average, you know, taking out of consideration for some of these states that are just gouges anyway. But when we start seeing it at the average of 550, 650, that's when you know we are way in too deep. But yesterday, I don't know what happened, but set off a storm. Right, as soon as they shoot a missile or Iran say something like, no, we bucking, I think they trying it. And why end up talking about Iran said they will prolong this shit? Donald Trump gone. So shit, Donald Trump might just stay in there. Missiles ain't free and they say they really got no more. Ain't that crazy? And where they do that at anyway, they tell their secrets. They say they don't even have no missiles. Like, talking about it like, what part of the game is that? Okay, state. I remember they used to take the phone bill to play all these foreign wars off. They used the phone bill to do it. People pay to die. What you doing when you're paying to insurance? You paying it to your final, you know what I mean, your last day. You're setting it up. I know a couple of who left some money from insurance, and that money got fucking ran through. Yo, that money was so son. Tim Bass, what's your thoughts on free healthcare for everyone? Nope, because you only get what you pay for. If it's free, it might just be abandoned some aspirin. At least if I pay for it, I can balk and I don't get what I need. So I don't agree with it. Nope. They should have been set that up when they freed the slaves and made everybody indentured servants. When they agreed to make all the citizens indentured servants, I mean, even the slave ones, they gave them free health care. They should have that would have killed the 40 acres and them stuff. Free health care, a little stipend. I mean, yeah, I'd rather pay for it because then you can say about it. When they tell you it's free, they get to set what they deem to give you when it's free. So you can't say nothing like, what? It's free. What the fuck? You know what I mean? So I say no free health care because where they take all the money from the people, the entrepreneurs and the people that got rich, right? So what is when these people that ain't used to having their own money and they get these people money and put it on that bus program and put that, and then when the money's gone, you probably end in the minimum one if you done got some money every time that they come to get your money. Well, he's gonna get free health care if he survives. You do realize that, right? That this guy that kills a drunk a family and he survives, he's going to get free healthcare because he's going to prison, and they're going to provide him. Prison has a better healthcare system depending on what you in than some of these areas. These areas is because prison, that's where they do a lot of experimentation of that. Yeah, somebody paying for it. Ain't nothing. They don't give you nothing. And if it's free, it's gonna be a catch-22. Yep, because that's when they will find a cure for nothing. Found a cure for nothing. Because that would defeat the purpose. Just like when it first came out, remember your phone screen was breaking? That was on purpose. So they could go buy another one. They were trying to get their money up real quick. Remember that, don't you? Don't you think they could have built a sturdy enough phone or a bunch of experimentation for the last 30 years to have a phone that wouldn't crack? But your phone screen would be cracked if you just touch it. Like, oh man, gotta go get a phone. You know what I'm saying? They got, and then tablets, phones. Then you find out yourself with a surplus of tablets and phones with cracked screens. I know I wasn't the only one experiencing that crazy, but I was like, you know what? And it was sort of like, remember they used to charge you for everything with the phone. The phone was super monetized till a bunch of competition got out there, and then they started, playing fair with it. But that phone was super monetized at one time, man. They found the kick, Sid Wilson out of Slipknot. Our fans, they kill me with all this bullshit. Make some music. Ain't nobody made no music lately, man. Ain't really no music out there. Music done changed. It used to be like a promotional tool for the people to speak out. Now it's great propaganda and profit. Music sucks right now, man. Y'all name me, what song y'all listening to? I bet everybody listening to a song probably that's 50 years old. On the road again. Just can't wait to get back on the road again. Remember that there? That Willie Nelson used to bump. On the road again. Shout out everybody coming through, man. It's about showing that super support. Yeah, Willington, be jamming. I was Willie Nelson now about 90. Willie Nelson was one of the first advocates for weed. When Willie used to get arrested for smoking that herb, he was smoking that old school weed too, that hippie. That hippie weed got you in a goddamn stupor. Y'all notice the weed ain't the same no more. Donald Trump don't let them fuck with the plants. Probably cut them and make more money. Put some formaldehyde on it. Let's make some more. Speaking on that the other day, look, Japan. It started with Venezuela. They had a little earthquake situation. Japan, when they was about to sell them tea. Now Colombia has had one, and there's a few more little spots. That's crazy. It is all about, I think, Once they have an earthquake, right, they're gonna need some help. So now let us come in and help you. You know what I mean? That's what I think it's about. These days, like with Haiti, they was almost paid off that money they said owed France and all these colonizers. Why would they owe? I mean, I don't think Willie was smoking Mexican brick. I do not think Willie was smoking. He might have been smoking some kind of, a hippie weed, man. Maybe some goddamn Acapulco Gold, but that Mexican brick, that joint used to have gas. That Mexican brick got a lot of people arrested because of the smell. Remember, weed don't even smell no more like it used to. Remember that smell of weed, man? Israel ain't do it. America did it. I don't know why y'all give Israel so much goddamn credit. Israel is a satellite state. Israel is a satellite state with the Israelis in the military industrial complex. Yeah, that Colombian gold, that Acapulco, man, the Tastics. That was weed that we could get you arrested. That shit smell like, yeah. Remember going and the cashier looking at you like either, what are you doing here high or where is that? Remember that? Either they looking at you like, spacious. What's up? What's going on with you? Oh yeah, what's up with you? What's the number one chore you gotta do? Cut grass? The hedges? What you gotta go do? That Panama Red, use that old school weed that had you gas. Yup. It ain't out here no more. They done killed all the bees. What do you mean we're mad on holiday, Peace? What do you mean? The cornbread mafia is still alive and well. You say the goddess Estria or Gia or Gaia? I say Gaia, Gia, because Estria is mentioned in the star far off, but Gia is more Mother Earth. Y'all know that, right? The goddess Eostris is more as sort of like the star, the eastern star that you see up in the sky. Gia is more a goddess of the earth. So I say I'm more closely associated with my mom, my old earth. So I mean, I'll go with Gia. Which one would you say, Wes? Smash that. BB King, the Thrill is gone. Oh yeah, 10 bad, you listen to the Thrill is gone. Shout out BB King with the Thrill is gone. Shout out everybody coming through, man. Yeah. See, over here, we ain't got BB, man. We got Space Dust around these parts, man. Y'all give a round of applause for Space Dust. Shout out Spaceman. Yeah, it was cutting out. You know, the feds is watching, man. They don't want nobody dying. Shout out everybody coming through, though. Have a good day, Space Does. Thanks for your cooperation and your support always. Y'all know this, man. What y'all think about these statistics that we was dropping today?
Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump. Even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump. Even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification.
They said they turned it against Trump, regardless of party identification. So that means MAGA, it's tightening their belt. You know what I mean? And if the gas don't shoot up, everything that's surrounding gas prices is shooting up. And then all these scales, the diarrhea letter stuff, I lost it with that one, with the diarrhea letters. Like, huh? They can't guarantee you a safe meal to ingest. Like, you might as well, you know what I'm saying? It's like when you go to these buffets and these restaurants and stuff, you don't know who's back there. You know if that person back there took a bath or washed his hands when he prepared your food, or if they dropped it on the floor. It's all, and then you can't even go in the supermarket and get a guarantee that even if I acquire this and cook it myself, it's going to be, you know what I mean? Now, at the factory, it's coming from the processing plant contaminated. That it's scary, man. It's super scary out here, man. The world runs on energy, right? And humans run on energy. If you can't get the proper energy, I mean, humans run on energy. God, Father, you don't get the proper energy, you're not going to be able to keep up. Right. And I mean, his dollar was different. But during the pandemic, it should tell you something. The United States had enough money to stabilize the whole country. No matter what people saying, everybody was on some type of subsidy when the pandemic was popping. It was something that you needed. That, I mean, was afforded. You were afforded the luxury. The pandemic was something. I say it was a big fire drill. They ain't gonna know how to handle it. You know what I mean? Transparently, unless they do a fire drill, because they've been handling them behind closed doors since the beginning. But now, in order for them to be able to handle a pandemic transparently, they're gonna have to have one. You know what I'm saying? In order for them to have a transparent, It's like that sometimes, man. That gas though, with the gas situation, every time something pop off. Hey, matter of fact, side note, what y'all think, man? Should I that the interview with Space Dust and him playing the good time? Should I upload that? Remember during the pandemic, companies were price gouging. They still price gouging. They do it every time hurricane. All the water, everything that's based around storm activity goes up. Every time there's a hurricane, everything that's based around storms and stuff, that shit go up. Our Father. I mean, I'm in full agreements. I think it was just a fire drill. You can't say, well, this is going to happen or we can do this. Wow. Seemingly it is. Seemingly it is, fam. Did y'all feel that hiccup? Wow. But yeah, and they showed you they can shut this shit down when they want to. They can shut it down when they want. It's the same people from the same people last year are not here anymore. Like the Venezuelan people, it's different now. Venezuela's different. Israel is, they done signed the pact with us. It's the small hats, Kelly Bay. Kelly, let me ask you something. Can you tell me exactly what you buy small hats? Because I'm gonna make a comparison. I want to make sure I'm right before I'm just pointing the finger at you. What do you consider to be small hats, Kelly Bay? Because for everybody that comes in, okay, the Jews and Kelly Bay. So you're more shine temple. Peace too, brother. Peace. With the name Bay. So would you say that you're going around spreading the message for Hitler? Because this is the same thing that Hitler said. Hitler was saying the same thing. It's the Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews. And it never ceases to amaze me. Y'all can't wear a Hitler shirt. You can't cut your little mustache. You can't say nothing about Hitler, but you can go around and spit the same doctrine. It's the Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews. It's the same thing that the Christians have been doing for centuries, blaming the Jews. That's why they blame the Jews for taking out their deity. I think that was a way to put salt on the Jews' name too. Peace, peace, peace. Peace, Lord. That's what it is, Kelly Bay. What part of the country you in, Kelly Bay? You under the Baltimore, Maryland jurisdiction, or you more out Detroit, Chicago with it, or even the East Coast? And see, I know you understand that we're living under captain's man. Shout out all my ALBites and Sealites that come through here. You know what I mean? Matter the math is math. Feel me? Okay. I like that you speak in law too. You talk like a lawyer, a real arbitrator. I like that too, Kelly Bay. What part of North Carolina? Are you associated with the the lumber bees? I think they just got their national accreditation, which I mean it shouldn't have to have a national accreditation for anybody to say they are born if they was born in America. But none of us are born in America. We can work for America, but none of us are born in America because America is a created concept. Y'all do realize that, right? We're born to the land. Okay, I can tell you speak in the land of law. Okay, military law at that. Okay, so you damn well full well understand law. You can't handle the truth. Yeah. Okay, Vietnam, you out there in Vietnam. Last time you seen J. Cole's rap pass. I used to do Fayetteville. I used to come through on the Greyhound, and then the Greyhound too messy. I started hitting that Amtrak, but Fayetteville, man, that's what it is. Or Vietnam, as they call it on the East Coast, up the street in the 757 area. But yeah, you, Kelly, are you in the military, Kelly Bay? Because, brother, I know you have a time in the military when you want, and I know I want to ask you this: are you a sovereign? Law, not law, right? And well, a lot of people don't understand that this country was created under the captain's mask. Okay, so you just there. Okay. Smash that like, y'all. Everybody coming through, man. Okay, raised to the military family. What's some of the places y'all was stationed? Right, they call Obama socialist because he didn't have no bread then. What are they gonna call that? A dictator? That he got some money? Remember, the only reason that they call Obama a socialist because he had no money. They had plenty programs, plenty ideas. And is that, come on, y'all, do y'all think what a socialist is right now? Is a broke capitalist. He got a bunch of ideas. He want to use somebody else's money. Okay, Germany. What? Düsseldorf. Did you pick up any? Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Okay, California. Okay. And Korea. So I would say Air Force or Army. Obama was aggressive, I would say. He was different. He was open-minded. He allowed some people to marry men. He was open-minded, and well, his pocketbook was, at least, was wallet. He was open-minded. Well, socialism is a group of people. Communism and authoritarianism is the one person. Socialists is just a bunch of broke capitalists. He was the king of it. He let him do it. He wasn't even the king. He was the king's hand. Whoever was in power, they told him to do it. Y'all remember, once he left power, he ain't had no power. That should tell y'all something. Once these presidents leave power, they have no power. They trying to scare people. And they put politics and religion to scare you. Oh yeah. I seen the real Roxanne perform some of her first, because remember then they didn't go to no big arena. We go to the rec center, the armories, the YMCA's. The YMCA's that had all the jams. I mean the rec centers. I seen real Roxanne, UTFO, Creole. I seen Reverend Run when he was son of Curtis Blow. You know, I seen a lot of the creation when it was rap music, man. He wasn't the president at law. Obama was a librarian at Harvard, but he was among the students there, and he was liked. Just like all of them are closely associated with the Ivy League schools and broke dollars and stuff. Obama, yeah, he wasn't the president of Harvard. Obama was a librarian. Exactly. I think Stephen Miller might be he acted anyway. If he ain't, he need to be. He act like he is. Well, they're using words or whatever their profession. I mean, you know what I mean? They're using words of law. A lot of people don't. Know that if you speak the law correctly, It ain't nothing they really can do to you if you are abiding by that law that you manifested. So, oh yeah, what high school was you at? Man, I'm telling you, like, name anybody from 79 to 90. I seen them. I seen Tang before they was the Wu-Tang. Biggie before he was Biggie. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention all the Joeski Loves and Audio 2, MC. Big Daddy Kane was my favorite. That's I even snatched up, Nefertiti and the Versace's, Biggie. Tupac influenced me with that, and Biggie and Tupac. You said you war ready. You can say, because the only thing you probably can't survive in, knowing you probably can't, is a nuclear, blast. You probably got the bomb that. Trump didn't share his billions. America will be mad, have food and gas prices, he getting rich, and we are at war. Did you for this? Who divided America? Yeah, I came up.
Wow, look at this, 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this, 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. the American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%. That loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%. That loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%. That loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%. That loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break.
Man, like y'all, my bad. Some of y'all look like I got Donald Trump fatigue now. He didn't hear one time, my friend. Shout out everybody that came through. It was coming through. It's always interesting, America's point of view. in your opinion, has Donald Trump welcome ran out? Exactly. Philadelphia, New York. No matter where it's still gonna be on him. And the whole thing with this ballroom, I think that's a way for the military to militarize the White House. Remember that plane? Remember that plane? Donald Trump said, wait a minute, plane shit. Yep, the War 1812. Yep. A lot of people don't talk about the War 1812. I didn't see anything, but I'm talking about, a lot of people don't talk about the War 1812, John Quincy Adams, you know what I mean? Not the daddy, the son. And all that stuff surrounding them dudes. So this day I have to deal with when Florida was its own like country around that time. But yeah, they came to get tax money because not only when we got to get the concessions, the Revolutionary War, we weren't supposed to take none of their businesses. The War 1812 was about bad business. Okay. What part of Canada? The French or the English? Or the Navy? Yeah, because you live it up the South Park. The way they portray Canadians is crazy. Canadians on South Park, they portray with the head sideways. I know this might discuss Islamic guys and some of you non-Muslims, but that full fucking shame. Full pork. I'm from the South. That shit. You know, that's our pork. And none of them wouldn't have been celebrating 4th of July in the first place. It would have been for free. None of us would have Wow. I wonder what Christy Knowles is doing right now. She busting Donald Trump out at home Trump. Well, she praising Donald Trump at home Trump. The 4th of July, man. Donald Trump now, the 4th of July up, he done messed up. You know, added Juneteenth. All black people that wanted Juneteenth. Besides the ones in Texas. They wanted Juneteenth. I don't know, just no black dude that was like, hey, what about Juneteenth, man? Chillin' DA, what's up with you? Coolin'. And do you know that they were supposed to use 13 of them? Wasn't it 13? They were trying to knock the major joints. If they couldn't get them with the Nagasaki and Hiroshima, they were supposed to go get Okinawa, Kyoto. You know what I'm saying? They were supposed to go get everything. It's 86 degrees right here. Knowledge is the key. Yeah, get you. You don't know. Whose fault is it if you don't know? Yours. That's the only way they'll do it. If you don't know. You know what I'm saying? Boy, y'all in here, greatly appreciate it, man. It was booming yesterday. I don't know. I fell down a Black Money rabbit hole yesterday. Ken, what part of the country you in, Ken? Ain't this crazy? So in Canadian school, you had to learn about American politics. That's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, they wreaking havoc now. We just can't see. They wreaking havoc now. And y'all see the date with the flock situation? Some way flock is violating because they were trying to concede. Okay, British Columbia. All right. Closer to the falls or you on up into the wilderness of beast. Flock of sheep. Yep, and every flock, like watching the flock, the shepherd. Who's the though? Who's the shepherd watching the flock? It's crazy. And we don't pay attention to it till it happens, till they lock it down, and then what? Okay, you always drive from the border. Do they give you a deal with you being so close to Niagara Falls? Do they give you a deal and they let you be? Yeah, Sassy, that's how they got Kodak Black. Simply, a lot of them you can go into Canada, but you can't come out without declaring. And that's a lot of them shits you can go into Canada, especially over there, like across the water from Michigan. You can go in easily, but coming out, You say, nah, Trump may be the runner, the litter that come up and get his. My son is 18. When he's 5, he like seeing himself on CBS cameras. And so I thought, let's see, now he got a whole profile on CBS that's probably sold. That whole little 1-2 when he was doing Little Daddy, all that shit is probably been studied by AI. and it wasn't even wanted. Then now they know, they say, damn, he been coming to CBS whole life. And then with you, they also, okay, he comes in with his father buys this, and this. His father goes to the pharmacy. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Cities like that in America too, where they split. The city of Budapest is like that. You know, Budapest is 2 different cities. Budapest, and both of them on a different sides of like a river. The city of Budapest. Shout out everybody coming through, man, showing that super support. Canada indoctrinate Canadians to be Americans. I understand it. They don't have potential enough portfolio of achievements. Say, well, this is what Canadians did. It's Canadian. What have Canadians done, man? Somebody help me. What have Canadians done? And what y'all think, man? Didn't share none of his billions. Should America be mad at food and gas prices to their soldiers? They're not bringing their soldiers home. You know what I'm saying? This stuff also like, wow. But y'all know they've been putting the street lights. They've been doing all this stuff. And the first time you accepted it, it was when it won't no going back. The first time you accept it, that first camera in your neighborhood, you're somebody hope they gonna want to be a cowboy. It should be a learned experience for them as Americans. They knew that what was next. That's next. And especially that they made some money off of them cameras. That's next. Trump didn't share his billions. Okay. Hold on, because that don't sound too spiffy, and I've been pushing it for a minute. Smash that like. Good morning. Shout out Eric coming through. Trump didn't share his billions. Because should we be mad? Food and gas is sky high. And he getting rich. Trump online laughing. Trump is with sheiks and laughing by somewhere. Abu Dhabi somewhere. Guten Morgen here. What's going on with you, Johan? Ain't heard from you in a minute. How you been? Okay, guten Tag. It was a good day. Exactly. What's up with you over there? How y'all making out? It's crazy if you born in a house that's on the border and reside in country, dual citizenship. And that's crazy. But that's why you know what these people do when they come here and they babysit you. All of that. Now until this world go out, everybody else know how that green box focusing on their head. You You know that green box when you look at the phone? Some people, yeah, but you know that box? That box is on our heads now. Okay, that's what it's got to be. Easy, flocky walk. That flocky walk, that green box is on our head forever now. They ain't gonna stop. Of course, they're gonna make up some kind of excuses, some concession. We'll just tone it down a little bit. What's flocking? Okay, yeah, sure. They're not gonna stop it and mask it now. They're gonna find other ways to justify it. Because I'm telling you, what's that? LPR? This place reader. I didn't even think of that, but LPR is a company in this area that's sort of like how can I put it, medical taxi, or where they services are provided to people who can't get around, like maybe you got a special needs student and you need to get to school. LPR, these white cars with LPR will come and pick him up. Maybe you're an older person that can't get to your doctor's appointment, and white car says LPR, and it's jinxed because it's going to specific points where they're geopolitical. Global positioning, not geopolitical, global positioning. What's up, Chuck? Y'all familiar with VR? The same people that used to go around reading the lights in the parking lots, they have a system set up through the government with all these white cars where they take kids to, like I said, learning disability people and older people that can't get around, or people on subsidies. So what they was doing is sort of like Google cars. Remember when all this first started popping off, you would see people walking around with these cameras on their head, like, what's up with you? And they would be at like festivals, and then they'll be like, I'm Google. Global positioning. I can show you where you're at on the map right now, and all that shit. All that is data and analytics and all these people. That's what that was. I remember that though. Remember the Google cars and everything. And they just had those cars that they would have for those automated cars. They had some cars that were like lifting cars, but they were automated, and then you could use them. Now they charge you. Yeah, all the data and analytics of who go where, and they're charging you for it, and that's crazy. I think they start with it. The car company started with a V. But they're not there to bother you. They're there to monitor you. They're there to get your likes and dislikes and your patterns. You said they're showing it. What's up, Chuck? Them flock cameras crazy, ain't they? Yeah, them flock cameras is, I mean. New devil. Hey, new devil, man. It's remember how us as adults, and we value privacy, especially if you ever been behind locked doors. You hate to hear somebody ask you where you going. Where I'm going. Then now, Flock ain't gonna ask you where you going. They know you're going. There's a predictability. Like say they do need to talk to you. They can possibly be somewhere propped up from the Flock cameras. They know that you frequent because it's more intricate than you realize. And not just the law enforcement are using this stuff. This shit is in unison. You know what I mean? So many other entities. Not to mention, you know what I mean? That shit is so many others. Who knows what they're doing with your information? It's probably something in China. They're chucking and jacking in China. Right. Living in the survey surveillance state. That's true. Yeah, read that Patriot Act stuff. Started talking about that Patriot Act shit. Should have knew it was over right then. Right, what y'all, even with the AI situation, y'all, the working class is about to be gone. Once AI is doing their jobs, the working class are not going to be able to depend on that class money. Remember your granddaddy that worked the plant, Ford plant, and the shipyard, all those places. Remember how he was like, granddaddy got a good job. He always has speech in his pocket for the kids and candy, chewing gum. Now granddaddy's always like, God damn. Ain't that crazy? The middle class was what America is built off of, and it's seemingly on both sides. They arrested the technologists and the Democratic Socialists that's trying to creep in our politics. Both of them will affect the middle class greatly. Both of those will affect the middle class. So, peace. May the force be with you, family. What's going on with you, Kenobi? Adawan Kenobi. What's going on? May the force be with you, family. Okay. God is a master. Believe that. Because hey, have y'all seen that Chinese robot? China actually has a RoboCop. Not no robot that can. This robot is equipped to a police officer and soldier. Okay, land playing slow. That's how it go. You know what I mean? What's going on lunch? I ain't heard from you, boy. When I had my accident last July, you said that they helped you with the flock camera, but was it the flock camera or was it the camera that is in the for your city? Your city has their own monitoring too, and all their busy intersections. And you've been using a certain a form of on the interstates. Remember, you get up in the morning, you see the camera that's on the interstate. You know what I'm saying? So they've been using cameras flock. But flock is like an independent. Okay, both of them. Who was your favorite character in the Creature Canon on the original Star Wars? Kenobi. Yeah, we've been past the Star Wars stage. Remember when Star Wars what Ronald Reagan was talking about? You know, the real reason America okay. Come on back through then. I need to see you today then. They'll flew you back. That's it. Come through. The real reason they went into Afghanistan because the Americans are heretics. Vader. Okay. Darth Vader is your favorite character? Okay. Yeah, I originally liked it. Luke, Han Solo. The weirdest character, but I always was dope was Guido. Remember Guido had the little sight things on his head, like a fish? That was the dopest character to me. Guido, Bosk. You know, I'm a Star Wars Chicano. I'll say because I asked you who was your favorite character that was in the Creature Cantina. On the original Star Wars, I would say Bosk and Guido, man. The little green merman dude. Or the Jawas. The Jawas too was dope to me. Okay. Oh, the pan gig or what? Because the BJ went on. Hold on. Fruit. You got the same. You know what I mean? We in that same week. You know what I mean? Is it covered? Is it a la carte or what? I mean, let me know what's up. Is it a la carte or what? Okay. Yeah, and Jabba, what people don't know about Jabba, he's one of the Hutts. The Hutts run it. They the equivalent of the space mafia. You know what I mean? The boss. Okay, holler at me, call me on the landline, baby. Come on now, lunching out. You know what I mean? I'm having a wisdom day. You know what I mean? Soon, baby. You know what I mean? Chewbacca, yeah, Chewbacca. And it's crazy how they link Chewbacca and the Ewoks. Remember the Ewoks? People don't even hear nobody saying nothing else about the Ewoks. I bet you they got something coming down the pipe where they're gonna take an Ewok. Were there any Ewoks that ever became guys? Is there an Ewok Jedi? I can't feel. But maybe they'll take an Ewok and do like they did Grogu with the Yoda situation. And can one of y'all Star Wars officials explain to me what's the Grogu situation? Is Grogu just a new Yoda that they bringing in, or is he is he Yoda? And I like the way they put Boba Fett, Daddy in there like that too with the Mandalorians. It broadens the Star Wars universe. Because I read the books and they had always went outside of the box on the norm Luke, Princess Leia, Lando Calrissian type of stuff. They explored the other worlds. They show us the future. They show and what you said earlier, that eyes wide shut, that was Epstein all day. That was that situation. That movie that you said earlier, Sassy Mo, you said eyes wide shut in the chat when the chat was rolling. Oh yeah, you was in college when Star Wars rolled out. So you was in college when they jumped off with the Iranians originally, when they got the Shah out of there in college. And you was at MIT? Who was at MIT when you was there? Was anybody noteworthy godfather that you ran across when you was at MIT? The Simpsons, is that Simpsons the Mandela effect? Because they'll come back and say, the Simpsons told you this was gonna happen. And then some people will say a lot of times the shit never happened on the Simpsons, but the Simpsons, the Family Guy, and I'm gonna tell you one that drop a lot of secrets. It's that one about the got the alien and with the big chin, he has the military uniform on. It's all dealing with the id and the ad. If you could it's like Family Guy. What's that with the fat white dude and he got the dog and the baby? All of that is dealing with your inner psyche, right? Because if you notice on the joint with the dog and the baby, nobody ever really directly talks to the dog and the baby, but the dog and the baby. They only talk everything around them or talk to. They don't never. American Dad. You know what American Dad is, right? American Dad, actually, the guy is America, showing you the symbiotic relationship that America has with the world. Like everybody that comes around his life, America has a symbiotic relationship with aliens. It show you that he got an alien around him. He is actually supposed to be America, like the Family Guy, and this Family Guy, the fat dude, in the American Family. It's showing you, and the baby always got an Oedipus complex. He always trying to kill the mama. The Jetsons, we passed this 25 years ago. Just think of everything the Jetsons said was possible. Robots, 25 years ago. The cell phones and planes, 25 years ago. Computers where everybody can link in, 25 years ago. Flying cars, 25 years ago. So we 25 years past the Jetsons. What's next? You know what I'm saying? Star Trek, where everything is the replicator. Everything is, supply and demand. Ain't no more stores. You don't go to the store, the replicator, and it produces it for you as long as you got the debits and credit. Yep, everything here now. The Jetsons late as fuck now. They dinosaurs to us. We got glasses that we can record straight to the World Wide Web. Our heart is monitored, like on the World Wide Web. You can hook your phone up to your heart and look at, on a watch. It's so much stuff that it's so now that when you think about it, god damn, we can do that shit. Like, they can put a pig heart in your chest right now and probably give you a little bit of how to live. And I always wonder about that. They use a pig heart, you wake snorting and one carrots and old motis and shit. Like, because having a pig heart, that means you got part of, a pig in you. So you got pig ways. And that's backwards because they tell you don't eat pork, but then they experimented and found out pork can help your heart. You got a heart, you can get a pork heart. Have y'all heard about that? So y'all don't think I'm just rambling. They used a pig heart on a human before. I remember they were showing you that they can grow an ear off a rat back. Remember that? They had the ear going off the mouth. Okay, Asmonov. You know, Asmonov's wife played on the new Next Generation. I think she played on the earlier Star Trek too, but his wife played on that joint. She was La Senatora. Yeah. What was y'all favorite Star Trek? I say the one with Geordi LaForge in them up there, but you know, Captain Kirk joints. And it seemed like Captain Kirk shouldn't have made 1,000 of them joints. They ain't made but like 40 some of them shits. Like Batman, it seemed like Batman and Robin, the original Batman and Robin, that they made 1,000 of them because they showed them 1,000 times, but they didn't have that many. I don't watch cartoons, man. Shit too funny to be even watching them. But there are some that come on that are background that are crazy. Like, it's a whole cartoon channel, like satellite TV. Have you cut your TV on and the little satellite TV? They got a little the cartoon joint. It's sort of like bootleg. What was that? That MF Doom when getting the soundtrack to everybody. Cartoon Network. It's like a Cartoon Network, but a little bit more freer. That shit in the background. They ain't what you call a conventional cartoon. This is political, religious satire at its height. I mean, and it's also some of these people that do these strips with these cartoons very talented too. But yeah, as opposed to watching the Looney Tunes or some, you know what I mean? Nah, and especially not that Family Guy, that little genre. That was TikTok and Instagram and Facebook before we realized that was where they indoctrinated and brainwashed that Family Guy. That Family Guy, he was bad for business. But it also was the tall tale of, y'all noticed that son of the Family Guy wasn't this big strapping, I mean, it was a fat slobber. It was telling you what's really going on. Star Trek is all right, but I think that Star Trek in Battlestar Galactica was too. I just like Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, but was that Justin Timberlake? Remember that? Is that the movie when they were in this it's like when the time run out, you got to keep re-upping and all that shit. I know it was a movie like that. I was Justin Timberlake in it. Was that Justin Timberlake? But I know exactly what you're talking about. But it's gonna come a time when you're gonna have to they say Trump asking voters to accept $4 gas price for war they're not behind. True. Y'all not behind this war. I mean, I'm not saying you can't be. I mean, you can support who you want to support, but the math ain't mathing with Donald Trump, man. Trump ain't helping nobody but himself. But Isaac Asimov, yeah, he was on it too. He's a futurist. Ain't too bad. Like I said, I'm going through the news. They say, is the shorty really beefing with Trump or what? They're at there. They got that post again. See it, Wilson. Why did Slip not why is Slip not getting rid of Sid Wilson? Y'all notice the mass shootings become normal again too. Like, what in the world? Who thinks of that type of shit? Got to be sick and sadistic. You know what I mean? Thinking of just, I'm about to go out there and do this. You know what I mean? I'll be back. Come on, son. You got to be sick and sadistic to want to go do a mass shooting. Logical assessment says it's time to subsidize the BMC offshore drilling effort to get them gas prices down. Nah, it's time for him to subsidize the BMC to get my pockets up. I ain't trying to get no gas prices down. I'm trying to get some of that Trump money. I'm gonna keep it real. All that kumbaya is going out the window with black money. Trump doing his thizzle. Ain't nobody saying nothing. He ain't getting nobody a slice. I'm trying to get some of that Trump money, man. I'm getting like Trump interest based. Russell Dixon, what's up with you, man? I just seen that was you. What's going on, Russell? I know the movie you talking about, though, that Time movie. That was crazy. You got to stay up on it. I wonder how that'll work. Would they have like welfare time? That's crazy. You on that welfare time. That's why you moving today. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. You on that welfare time. I saw that. And did Trump really lose the war, man? Chillin', Lewis. What's wrong with you? What you been up to? It's lose, man. And nobody ain't saying nothing. When is somebody gonna tell them? Because all this shit, man, come on, Trump. Somebody go tell Trump, dude, okay. It's like when you lose something and you know what I mean? Making moves. Okay, that's what it is, Lewis. That's all doing this climate. Keep moving. When is somebody gonna tell dude, man, that he lost? He lost the Iran war. I say he lost. Cause that's crazy, like. But typical, he don't want to goddamn accept defeat or lose face. Him and his supporters, because this was not a Trump event. I mean, Somebody got to tell Trump. And yes, he lost it because none of us asked for it. What y'all think, man? Did Trump lose the Iran war? We didn't lose it because a lot of y'all, like I say, voted. You believe Trump. What part of Trump do you believe of Trump? Iran is not 80% rubble, fam. He said early in the 1980s. It could be all a setup. All them Arabs and stuff could just be playing with Trump over there. They got him just acting out. You set yourself up early. Why would we want to remove them from the map, though? That doesn't make sense, fam. Why do we want to remove Iran from the? We were doing just fine. Why all of a sudden we can't live in the same? We can't in the same. You know what I mean? Coast that Iran. I mean, why all of a sudden, man? We're good for that. And it's crazy how Americans are dying when it means we. Like, did you think on the war? When somebody say we, more likely in that chain of we, they might be the weakest link. I can't believe American is saying we're destroying this, we're gonna blow them off the map. Like, wow. He said, well, white people, God damn, I bet you he's drinking a mint julep, standing with a full-on Grand Wizard suit on. Yep, smoking mirrors, Lewis. I think Mondani, I think he's a cancer. I think he's a bad move. He's a test study, a placebo. If it works in New York, it can work in DC. Not the kingmaker. Everybody was pointing at him, even me at one time when he power, because of the momentum. He's not the kingmaker. Obama is. And you notice Obama went and did this one thing, but put him to the side for the other young boy. You quoting what the First Amendment believes, what the First Amendment says. 7 Gator waiter went on 7 Gator. That's for that super support. Early, dropping the gold coins, coming up in jewels on them. Right, but Al Sayed is. Mamdani ain't from our culture. He see one of them sheltered, weirded ones too. He is I would say El Sayed, he just like an American kid. You know what I'm saying? God. Seven Gator, Sassy Mo, Godfather. Y'all missed the daggone the evening 1-2 yesterday. That evening went ham. Yesterday. And what is Mamdani? What is he? Let's get into that. What is he? Because he's a Muslim. Does that mean he's something to do with 9/11? Wow, that's like every mass shooting that a Christian does. Do we have to bring it up? Remember, he's a Christian. A school just got shot up. What does that mean? Like stuff like that now. You say you think Trump got something to do with it, and that's true, right? And remember, when they didn't have to, you could go back to the store. I'll take a pantyhose and put it on my head or a wave cap. I'm gonna say the realities of this war is what has opened a lot of this up, though. I'm gonna tell y'all something. A lot of times, like we take these people and we look at their name and we judge them. They've been doing it though for centuries. Somebody with a name like Muhammad is not gonna get the job. Matter of fact, they might call ICE on them. They might on them. And yeah, and that's my greatest fear of it. Socialism is one step away from communism, man. And that they're gonna do what they want, when they want to who they want to. Step down, I don't think. So anybody know anything about that? As long as nope, I ain't talking about calling. I'm talking about people that are calling themselves democratic socialists and communists. I ain't talking about branding somebody. These people are saying this is what, you know, I knew it was like McCarthyism in the 50s. Y'all know that's where the word third world came out of that. And I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about these people are actually branded themselves as communists, progressive, socialists. Yeah, and that, look, they capitalists. They own bank, fam. What has Trump done to America great again? Besides passing the collection plate. Yeah. Well, I'm in this threat. That's the authoritarian threat. The threat of authoritarian. Okay, strong man. I've been telling y'all that Trump is not a politician. I said that 12 months ago. Trump is not a politician. He is a strong man, and he's backed by the military-industrial complex. Right. Well, he's making the Trump in America great again. But I've been saying that Trump is not a president. He's a military strongman. Making himself get busy. The young lady that just resigned, how much she worth? Right. Right. Trump on that self-gratification tip. Trump on that self-gratification. Okay, so she, you know what? I knew it was something. She already got $1 billion, so she ain't in no hurry. Yeah, they want her. They probably won't got bigger fish to fry with that young lady. Okay, so she ain't. Of course, she can go home and chill because there's no hurry. When it's $1 billion, there's no hurry. What happened to your back, fam? What happened to your back, Gator? Definitely socialism ain't the answer. Thanks for all your super support too, 7 Gator. I'm still looking for 5 of y'all. 6 Gator did pop up. He ain't been back through. Later, alligator. Remember that? Remember that later, Gator? That's what it is. The middle class, man. If y'all let the robots take over, middle class gone. They done sent all the plants out of here. So are the plants that's overseas, you think those car plants are automated, or do they employ the people in that area, make your own middle class? That's something to research. Do you know how they moved the F-150 truck corporation to Mexico? They employing those people there in this form of middle class. Good afternoon. God bless. What's been going on? The God's bless on my behalf because, I'm a bit sold on which one of these gods and God is really the right one. Okay, so they still have one F-150 plant here. Right, the middle class getting pushed out the way. Middle class. Probably getting pushed out the way, man. The middle class is the backbone of America. Remember, people used to pride themselves for working at the plant, and okay, man, now the company don't give a damn about you. All right, Godfather, you gone. Godfather. Maybe, but change to what though? You say it's time for political change, but change to what? I mean, I hope the change don't come by way of vote, like them damn going dumbasses that try to run up January 6th. Ain't no wrong with it. A lot of people came up saying that. I'm disrespecting it. But I am adhering to that. It's more than just people that are monotheistic here. Some people are worship God, pantheon. Some people worship goddesses. Some people don't worship no God at all. are atheists here. So that's why I said the gods family. I mean, that's the way most of us came up. 95% of us came up that way. That's why you got to go by the rules. Never let nobody family is thinking. You know what I'm saying? The EU sucks, Johan. They have no value right now on the world stage, man. The EU sucks, man. The EU is the colonizers. Now they want, I mean, what's going on, Charlie? Been up. America is not a Christian nation. So, well, some people, you know what I mean? Well, you trying to weaponize your beliefs? See, I'm cool with any of that stuff until you try to weaponize it. And I like that, fam. God has many names, and also so does money. And they fuck you with the money, and they got God that we trust on it. But which God, though? That's what you got to ask yourself. One nation under God, maybe, but which God? Anybody know anything about Carmelo? Is he getting back in court? This he's supposed to be back in court, right? Anybody heard anything about the young blood getting back in court or doing this thizzle? Europe sucks, man. I'm gonna keep it real. Steve, what's up, Steve? He said he'll be back in court 19th and 20th. Ooh, it's special days too. One of them is a special day in the world. National holiday. It should be a universal holiday. But when you read the Bible, Charlie, did you read it like the Bible, romanticizing everything, taking it that it was, or did you read it as like like you would read Gone with the Wind? Because that's what the Bible is. The Bible is somebody's genealogy. There's adulterers in it. It's aliens. It's sex. It's blood money. It's revenge. Politics is in the Bible. Everything is no less like reading the God. But a lot of times we miss it because when we read it romanticized, thinking angels is these little fat guys and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? The King James Version is damn near read a cult book. I mean, because you know, before he was on Bible and stuff, he had sequestered a book about demons and witches and warlocks and stuff. That same book that King James had written about the demons, witches, warlocks, and all the spells and stuff. That book, along with the Bible, was used to the people with the Salem witch trials and stuff. You know how people read the Bible? They don't read the Bible as like somebody's genealogy. And I'm talking about the Old Testament, because the New Testament is just a bunch of promotional proverbs. It's no Aesop fables, and sometimes they tend to, the same thing over and over again. So, the New Testament just, and then they whittled it down to one guy doing everything. So, you know, because the Old Testament, which is the Torah, the Jews, the life of the Jews, the Torah. Okay, which I don't get. Y'all not the Jews, but they're y'all prophets, holy men, and your God is Jewish. But it's the Jews. So you're saying it's God, and you can understand. Enoch was not banned because of blasphemy. Enoch was banned because it was not part of the King James Version. It was his version. You know, he needed the necessary indoctrinations, like in the words Lord and Master, and associate God and penance and hell and stuff. You know that, okay, in Europe, they don't like to have, you read that Bible, they probably say Lord, 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 Lord. Like the Lord was the manna, because there was heavy fiefdom. When it came to America, they tend to mix it with Lord and Master. Right, exactly. You have to study it. The Ethiopian Bible beasts and the different Bibles. There's so many different versions of it. Ideology ain't good. Ideology is control people. I mean, but religion is for your soul. If you really getting into religion find out for your soul, if you're really doing it for that. But ideology is to control. The Bible is not the word of God. Because that would have, somebody would have to have spoken to him. And out of all of that, nobody really talked to God. He no less like the baby on the guy. They talking around him. I don't think nobody talked to God besides the ones that realize that God is in them. The Republicans and the Democrats are the same thing, Johan. That's what you got to know, you and your family. Both of them are the same thing. They do the same shit in America. Feds is watching, they don't know how to act. Tupac told you that.
Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices, you get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump. Even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%. That loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%. That loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump, regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump. Even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters. And I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this. We're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump regardless of party identification. Wow. Look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump. Even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters. And I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this, we're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this, we're talking 2 in 3 Republicans, 2 in 3 Republicans, independents, 90%, Democrats, 93%. I mean, you just don't ever see numbers like these. These are just atrocious numbers among the working class, a trifecta indeed, and a very clear trifecta of the working class turning against President Trump regardless of party identification. Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making...
It's okay. Daddy's here. It's 7 months. I miss my son. He's emerging.
Yo, I'm gonna drop the link if y'all would come up here and debate. I'm gonna drop the link for anybody that want to come up and do their move, man. Here you go.
Wow, look at this. 79% in an average of polls. That is the highest disapproval rating for any president on record. Joe Biden wasn't liked on gas prices, but he only reached 72%. Barack Obama wasn't well liked back in 2011, but he only reached 68%. Even George W. Bush back in 2006, he reached 75%. I remember the gas prices being quite high back then, but he only reached 75%. Donald Trump takes the cake as these $4 plus gas prices continue to give us pain at the pump. The American people are taking their anger out on the President of the United States.
So that's the broad number. What about when you break this down by party?
Yeah, what happens when you break it down by party? Well, you don't get to 79% just by Democrats hating you, President Trump. You get to it by the fact that we see it across the board. Look at this. Yeah, wow again. 96% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and even a majority of Republicans, 52%, that loyal Republican base who has been through thick and thin with Donald John Trump, even they have turned against the President of the United States on gas prices. You get the rare trifecta, and in the case of President Trump, a very painful trifecta indeed.
So let's break this down, if we could, then by voters, and I'm thinking specifically working class voters. This is a group that really broke well for President Trump. How is his approval with them right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are having some regrets, at least when it comes to gas prices, right? President Trump, historically strong for Republican president, Republican candidate, among the working class, among those making less than $50,000. But look at these numbers. Disapprove of Trump on gas prices. Oh, look at this. 86%. 86%. I mean, what is that? We're talking about more than 6 and 7. I don't even know when we get the fractions that high. My goodness gracious. Among Republicans, we're talking, look at this.
Smash that like, y'all. Hey, I got the link dropped, man. Hit that link and come over. Let me hear what you're talking about. Are you just good with Twitter fingers? Y'all got something to say? I dropped the link. Y'all can come up here and talk to each other, man. Hit that link. I challenge either one of you guys to hit that link. Come on up here and let's see what you say. Tim Bass, what's up? Oh God. I got the link drop, man. Because I'm glad you own something that's great for you, but you can't protect. Oklahoma is in the bottom 3 for education. Education is the bottom 10 of poverty. You know, we can't go by that education level, but you educate yourself sometimes, more likely. Okay. Look at the link here. The link right there, just dropped it. You don't even have to cam up. Hit the link. You don't even have to cam up. Somebody come on up here for the politics, man. There you go. For me, 10 bags. Come on, picking and grinning the 10 bags. The link drop. Come on up here, man. Let's see what's popping. Okay, whatever. Let's go. Hit the link, man. Everybody coming through showing that support also, man. No, I ain't screwed now claims. I need 10 bags to come up here and do that with you. 10 bags and picking it and calling you to the front of the 10. It's good with y'all, man. Gas in your city, fam. Both of y'all MAGA. 2 MAGA people fussing. That's crazy. Come on, man. Come on up here. How much is gas in your city? Shout out all the MAGA supporters too. To each his own. Y'all are quiet now. I don't have this. There's a BMC. This board ran by my boy Space Dust. Get over there and check him out. Space Dust got a BMC. Not me. I don't like. You know what I mean? To spread my digital footprint around all of these places. smash that like, y'all. Come on up, man. Y'all got scared now. How much gas is in your city, man? Key cash the riches of MAGA supporters. The y'all see any of this yourself. Right? I'm gonna tell them. MAGA is looking like the number one demographic for MAGA is white Christian male retired over 65, income over 50K. Not all, half of them. College degree, 25 dollars. Anybody see any of itself in these statistics? Yeah, let me drop the link again. I don't know why I did that. That link should send you to StreamYard. I just checked it. Ain't no wrong with it. Hit it. Trump loves the uneducated. They all love him. Impossible. That link should take you to the StreamYard, man. I just dropped it again. I just did it. Do y'all see any of y'all sales in statistics, fam? Y'all see any of y'all sales in any of this? That's all good, guys. Yeah, used to be supporting a while back too. We had a different name. Okay, might be. I think you're right, fam. But a lot of times, I think it might be. I'm gonna drop the link into the stream by way of YouTube. Trash that like y'all shut me out. How much gas is in your city right now? You know what I mean? In the clutches of so many shortages, and there to be at war. Y'all know the old saying, "Don't go to war if your money ain't right." Somebody should have told Trump and them that shit. Right, face does. But when you were on your laptop, you was on your phone. Laptop wants your space. Okay, you got to go through it by way of the browser. Go through my Yo, this how you can do it, Tim Bass. Go to my page and hit the YouTube. There, that means you came through a browser. Oh, here we go, yo. What's up, Calvin?
Hey, what's happening, host? Can you hear me?
Chilling. What's up with you? Yeah,
not much.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother.
Oh, yeah. What part of the world you in? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I'm in southeastern Wisconsin right now.
Okay. So who am I talking to this?
This is Calvin.
What's your YouTube handle? You just hit it.
Pick and Grin. Pick and Grin. I was here to meet Bears. I thought Bears and I were gonna.
Okay, Calvin. My bad, Calvin. I thought you was your alter ego.
No worries, man. No worries. It's all good. Hope you're having a good Sunday, bro. No worries at all. This looks really small. Hold on. Let me try to maximize this.
You want to make yourself bigger?
Just on my. No, I just want to make sure that I'm in frame.
Right.
Is Bears coming on? Did you get the Oklahoma guy to come on?
I don't know.
Tell him I'm waiting in the chat. Tell him I'm here. I'm ready to talk. All right.
Picking and grinning. Are you a MAGA supporter?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Did you see yourself in any of these statistics, demographics that we got posted?
Yes.
How do you lean? You lean to the right in your politics.
How do I lean with my politics? I'm an independent, brother. But I'm an independent. I'm a liberal-leaning individual. I believe in personal liberties.
Okay. Who you
okay. You want me to drop every one of these? So white, yes. Christian, no.
Okay.
Male, yes. Retired, no. Over 65, no. Income over 50K, yes. College degree, yes.
Okay. So everything you was kind of like anti MAGA. And MAGA looks like it's Christian males, retired over 65, income, have below 50K.
I'm in my early.
Percent of y'all graduated college.
I'm in my early 40s now. I'm in my early 40s.
Okay. Somebody said you were atheist. Tim Bass said you atheist.
I am an atheist. Atheist, agnostic. I mean, I kind of would say I'm both. Atheist, agnostic. I mean, agnostic. Agnostic to me just is I can't prove one way or another. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
I can't prove there's no God.
Made you
What's that?
Would you say your upbringing? Would you say how you was?
No, I was brought up in a Christian. I was brought up in a Christian home, Catholic, Irish Catholic. My mother and father are immigrants. My mother and father are from overseas.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay.
Reading
that's
more.
What I was saying. Do you think it's because that you have your Hold on. That's tripping. Would you say that that's why you chose not to be involved in God?
Because of my Christian upbringing? Oh wait,
Yeah.
because of the influence. It had a part to do with it. The upbringing was fractured. I mean, you had my parents were raised in Catholic homes. So when my mother came here to the States, she went to like a Catholic private school. I think that got her outside of, that's why she's no longer Catholic. I'd say, I mean, you know, that's a loaded question. I think there's a lot of reasons. A lot of it has to just me coming into my own over the years is the reason I'm an atheist.
Okay.
I didn't read the Bible. I didn't read the Bible until I was 25. I had read multiple scriptures. I mean, you know, verses from the Bible and chapters and pieces of it. But I didn't sit down and read it from front to back until I was 25 years old. And that's now, you know, 18, 19 years ago.
Okay.
19 years ago.
Did you read it? Did you romanticize or did you read it like somebody's genealogy? How did you read it? Were you looking for God or were you reading it just as certificate?
I was reading it as someone that was, I just started my master's program in college, and I was reading it as an informed reader, someone who is actually finally at the point in my life where I was, you know, I had the intellect to understand to try to, you know, understand the language, which still to me is just the Bible. To me, I think anyone who actually reads it from front to back with an open mind is going to come out of it with some real doubts. But that's just me.
So, do you think the way your people gave you the Bible and pushed Christianity on you, do you think that kind of pushed you away too?
Hold on, let me move. I'm sitting by the pond right now, and it's a little loud. Let me move away so I can hear you a little better.
Okay. We need 10 to pop up here, man. Where's 10 bears at?
What's that?
All the 10 bears. I saw the 10 bears to come up here.
Where is that 95? 90, what is it, 95?
95.
I just wanted to scrutinize. I just wanted to talk about some of the arguments he had made in the chat earlier on. Well, I'm not going to do it without him here.
I'm going to say we can make it. I could put you on stream and let you go ahead and, you know what I mean? If you want the school, he probably will come up with a little schooling, you know what I mean?
Well, for sure.
I value low.
What's that?
No, one of my people was telling me my volume was low. What happened? Back up, fam. We seem to have lost you. What about now? Did I turn up? Something happened. The Bible filled with contradictions and fairy tales, y'all. The Bible is filled with all kind of stuff. It's like more crime and shit than the goddamn God in the Bible. Oh, she's there picking and grinning. Come on back up. Wonder what happened with that. Come on back up, grinning. And we're looking for you, 10 Bears. Bambo. The Friends interview in an interview group, Warren Hudson mentioned his mom was in the island creating a direct disrespect They gonna start arresting some of them people, man. Got to, because they putting their foot in their mouth. Does it still sound like that? What about now? Give me a sound check, fam. Okay, we got picking and grinning back. Welcome back. Welcome back. What happened? What happened? Picking and grinning?
I don't know. I was trying to adjust this. I've never been to the StreamYard. I've never been to StreamYard, and yes, I'm using my mobile app. So I need to. I was trying to download the StreamYard app, but I'm just on right now, just using it on. Just on. I just Google whatever my normal search bar.
So, how many times have you voted? Have you voted every year since you've been eligible to?
Have I voted every time since I've been an eligible voter? No.
Okay.
I didn't start voting until I was in my early 30s. It wasn't a thing to me. I was in school. I was a musician and living a life that just wasn't really concerned with it. I took it upon myself to educate myself.
Hard right. Hard right. You been in town today. Hard right. We got hard right just popped in too. Hold on. Hard right just popped too.
What's that?
I don't know. Hard right just popped in. What's up, hard right?
What's going on, man?
Did you ever get it? Did you ever come through here?
I never came through, man. My daughter was having some problems with her apartment, so she said, "Come Labor Day weekend, so we might come through then." And I'll meet you, man. Just want to show me face, see what I look like.
That's what it is. Hey, was it because of the flooding? Did your daughter, was she anywhere that flooding that was around here?
She said, I think it was just, she lives in a small apartment complex. I think her upstairs neighbor was having some issues with water and it was flooding down to her apartment. So, and plus it's, 109 degrees outside. So I don't know what the hell we were going to do,
Yeah. Well, our area, the downtown area, near me, it's pretty good. We could just parlay. You can just come out here and parlay, you know what I mean? They got a pagoda, they got a bunch. You ever been to the Wisconsin?
Hey, check this out. I got this new microphone. Check this out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, what was that, Ave Marie? What was that, Ave Marie?
That's some Catholicism. That's some.
Hey, you want some Islam? I'll do some Islam for you. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar.
Wow. The songbird of a generation over here.
Hey, Pickaninny, are you Islamic? You look Muslim.
I do. I got a good tan, brother. It's the summer. It's hot.
Okay.
I've been outside a lot, but
Well, you've been well a lot? Who you said you've been in a lot?
What's that?
Okay.
Sorry, can you say that again?
What's y'all saying, man? Whose problem is off, man? Y'all ready for it to be a Democratic socialist?
No.
A Democrat or socialist? Those are the two options?
No, a Democratic socialist.
Oh, Democratic socialist. Sure. I like the tenets of democratic socialism personally. I think that there's a lot of good things to look at. I believe in taking care of the Commonwealth first, and I also believe in private industry. So, that's a loaded question, but yeah, I would say from what I've seen in the last few years and what I've been looking at, democratic socialism or socialist would be somewhat along the lines of what I think is important. What I think is important to put into this country.
So you think Democrat and socialism will be a good fit?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. While keeping the tenets of a free market, but yes, do I think there should be a strict cap on wealth in this country? Yes.
Okay. What about you?
No, man. You know, I lean on the other side. I don't know. I honestly think you're not going to get a lot of mainstream Democrats be voting in socialism, but I mean, I can understand increasing some social programs might not be a bad thing. You know, I know a lot of people complain about healthcare and stuff like that. That might be something to do with there, but I don't think you're going to get it. I think you're going to get a lot of Democrats coming to my side. Come on, we'll take you.
What's going on, light skin?
Salute.
Chilling.
Hey.
What's that, Fat Breezy?
What's good with everybody? Yeah.
Chilling, fam. We got all kind of socialists popping off right here, man. Will any of y'all vote for Tucker Carlson?
No. Why Tucker?
Why not Tucker?
Why not Tucker? Yeah, why Tucker?
Y'all said,
I might give him a
Donald
chance.
Trump?
He can't be the worst than Trump.
Right, it depends on what he's talking about. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, I would probably give her a chance too.
You give her a chance too?
I vote for Kamala.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they've completely pulled a 180 and both conceded the fact that they lied to the American people, both Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene, that they were misled and that they made horrible decisions. Now they're going to get the front runner positions for what? For president and vice president? What? Tucker and Marjorie?
Yeah,
all right.
It's human to make a mistake. You know it's human.
To make a mistake, but for especially with Tucker, make a mistake for multiple decades. How long has he been on the TV lying to the American people? I mean, and he just conceded this year that he made the wrong decision propagating Trump. As you know, when we knew, what was it, a couple of years ago, all those texts came out where he's like saying what an idiot Trump is and how much he hates him. And now he's the guy that's like, oh yeah, now we believe him. Whatever he says now has got to be true because he's turned a new leaf.
Well, is that on us or is that on Tucker? See, just like with Donald Trump. Now you believe Donald Trump when he said he didn't care about Americans and stuff. Now do you believe him, or is there a possible chance that
I'd say that's on Tucker? I'd say that's on Tucker, and for anyone that believed his bullshit in the first place. And now, why does he still have a platform if he just admit to lying to everyone for years and supporting someone he knew was a crook? Like, why is it all of a sudden on the American people? I mean, no one's going to deplatform Tucker Carlson. He's a moneymaker, But after he got canned from Fox, what was the reason he got removed from Fox News? Was it something with that wasn't the voting machines propaganda, or what was it that got Tucker fired from Fox News? I forget what he said on Fox News that got him canned. It's been a few years.
I think he was bringing up the January 6th, the other side of January 6th and stuff, and I don't think that sat well with the CEOs of Fox News.
Okay. I remember now.
What was it?
Because he was continuing to push something that they had already been, those huge lawsuits had already been brought about, and he just kept pushing it forward.
Yeah, I think it was something along those lines.
Right. I don't understand why someone like that doesn't get deplatformed, but we're Americans. We let it ride. Okay, big deal. I like him. I like his laugh. I don't know what it is about Tucker. He's got a way with words.
If you take his phone, if you take his platform, that'll be un-American. Ain't he supposed to be able to speak his mind?
Hey guys, I gotta head out because I was just testing my my new camera and my new microphone. I'm trying to look a little bit pro, you know.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, but you guys,
Gmail.
yeah, are you guys in the Discord for? I think it was Space Dust that set up a Discord for us, and we can like hang out and chill in there. Yeah, make sure you guys join.
Hey, have a good one, man.
Space Dust be together and do me a soundtrack. Because you got the phone Space Dust got the good time over there. Yeah, that Space Dust over there with the Discord. I get over there and sign up for the Black Money Court Discord.
Yeah. All right, guys. Peace.
Over there.
Take care.
All right, peace, fam. Sambo.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your take on all this, fam?
Yeah, they say Tucker, he got fired from the what is it?
Fox News. He lost his job at Fox News maybe 3-4 years ago? 2022?
April 23.
Okay, 23.
Yeah.
So he's been out of there for a while.
Yeah, because it's come from the 2020 election. They say he said something he should not have said.
Was it something homophobic?
I don't know. They say he said something, but it ain't saying what he said.
What are y'all on the WNBA?
Did you just look it up?
Allowing men to play with them?
Yeah.
Huh?
You just looked up what got him fired? It was something after Mike Lindell ended up getting hit in Fox News for the voter for the the voter rolls lies about what do you call that? I'm sorry, voter fraud. That was when it started it, but I don't remember what Tucker said. I know he was caught. His text messages were put on blast for talking shit about Trump back then, about how he hated him, thought he was a complete moron, couldn't stand him. But that doesn't affect a lot of people. A lot of people just read that and they go, "Oh well, maybe it's a lie." You know, maybe
it's a buildup of internet scam.
So I don't know. Tucker is not someone I seek out for his commentary. It's just I've always kind of thought he was a little worm, in my opinion. So I don't think he speaks the truth. I mean, I hear him say crazy stuff not that long ago about him being visited by demons in his bed and all this shit, and I'm just like, this guy is even more whacked than I thought from the beginning. Like, I don't know. Tucker's a hard one for me to get on board with. I think he's a grifter. I think he's a liar. I think he just says whatever he has to keep himself a figurehead, to keep himself a talking head, to keep himself relevant. He'll say whatever he has to keep himself, getting viewers.
But do you think he's back there in politics, or is he? I like to call them political entertainment, man. It's political entertainment, like Jasmine Crockett. I don't think she was a factor.
Jasmine Crockett?
Let's see that. Yeah.
You don't think she was what?
She was
a factor.
She was just like political entertainment.
Yeah, she's more like a community.
You know, she put there.
She was another one where, she was Jasmine Crockett. I could take her leave as well. I mean, I think it's a little bit fucked up that she got pushed out of her district through the gerrymandering, the new gerrymandering that went through that the Supreme Court passed last year. I think that's kind of a crime, because she was beloved in Texas, and she was holding down one of the only districts, maybe the only district in Texas that had a Democratic representative.
I say she was in the way. Cause
Maybe.
she's like Obama. She just like Obama. She like not Mom Donnie, but what's the other kid? El Sayed. You know, all of those people are just all Americans. Like we put Jasmine Crockett as the ultimate chicken head. El Sayed, a wild Muslim. Barack Obama is a black man, and ain't none of them they say they is. All of them are Rhodes scholars and have accomplishments. If you take their name away, they look just like white kids. All of them are white kids and black people and Islamic things, man. All of them. If you take away their names, Barack, El Sayed, and Jasmine Crockett, and you look at what they went through, all of them went to Ivy League schools and like Rhodes scholars, like Bill Clinton. Got more. They got all of them got stuff in common with, like Bill Clinton. So I don't even trust none of them.
Absolutely. I mean, I think maybe she got out primaried by Tallarico. So Tallarico seems to be an electable guy. I mean, I don't really know.
Intel, like Donald Trump says, intel.
Another politician to me, but
right. Like what Donald Trump said about El Sayed, he said, "You want intel? He want to help you till he get in office. You'll see what he want." Like all of them, they just fit in it.
Yeah.
Rambo, you ready for a lady president?
It'd be okay to have one. Yeah, it'd be something different.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, give them one chance to see what they could do.
Somebody said Charlie Kirk was down low.
Charlie Kirk was what?
Down low. You know, in the black community, on the down, like he was
down low. What?
Rainbow.
Like,
that okay. Little light in the loafers there. Little sugar in the tank.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Incel.
But you never know nowadays. You never know nowadays.
Yeah, you never know, man. And the biggest game, the LGBTQ plus, in my opinion, they are Republicans, Democrats, conservative. They're in every aspect of this LGBTQ. And some of them are hollow. What's going on, Tina Marie?
And when you big, you got to do some of that type of stuff to stay on top.
Exactly. That's what I believe that. Like what happened to the casting couch? The couch, y'all remember that, y'all? When you do famous, they used to have that same motherfucker about to get when he was on the casting couch. Where's that shit at?
I don't know what. I'm sorry. Can you Catholic house?
The casting couch. The casting couch.
Oh, the casting. Okay. All right, I remember. Sorry,
breaking up a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, this shit be popping like the feds on it.
You're talking about younger days for me.
Right.
Not that I was on one, but where I would entertain that kind of stuff. I don't know. It seems to me like Tallarico has a real chance in Texas. I don't know what anyone else thinks, but this Paxton guy just comes off like a.
What's Tallarico standing on?
You mean like numbers wise right now, or what is he standing on as far as his policies?
Yeah, what's his platform? His policy?
His platform, his policies. Well, for one, he's trying to turn around some of the legislation that's already been making its way through Texas and put it back up for a vote, including things like where they have tried to ban literature because it doesn't.
Hold on.
Tallarico.
Listen, hold on, y'all. Somebody said about the two white guys. Fam B is not.
Huh?
Now go ahead. Somebody said I'm trying to rob y'all two guys up here. Fam B is not white. Somebody said he was white, fam, but thought he was white.
No. Yeah, they say he's trying to bring like the lyric.
Maybe Creole.
Yeah.
He's not white. Both of y'all, I thought you was Tips.
A black Indian Creole.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Out of Louisiana. Hey, Pickaninny.
Pickaninny. That's not my name. Pickaninny. Come on, man. Don't fuck with me.
Oh, Granny. Hey, yo. Hey, yo, it was an outtake from out of this world. Pickaninny Granny.
No, that's fine. Go on. Yes, sir. I'm listening.
That wasn't no disrespect. Pickaninny
No,
Granny.
I got you. Huh?
Did you still live in Texas?
Am I still living in Texas?
Oh, you still living in Texas?
No, I'm currently in the Midwest, brother. I'm in Milwaukee. Just outside Milwaukee.
Because you and Dude was going forth. I thought one of y'all said y'all was in Texas, one of y'all said y'all was in Oklahoma.
No, I had told, well, he was asking me my state. He put up a bunch of bullshit about Oklahoma and how throwing up these stats numbers that were completely fake on Oklahoma. And then really I realized he just wanted to flex in the chat, try to put up his personal numbers, yearly income and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I figured. There's someone trying to pretend that everything's great in the state of Oklahoma. And I put up some numbers that disagreed with his that are real, I believe. But you know what? It all comes from the source of the internet, right? So I guess who's to say? That's what MAGA's got. They've got alternative facts. You try to give them numbers, they'll give you alternative numbers. That's how it works. So he was putting up bullshit, and I realized he was just trying to flex his own, I make this much a year kind of shit. And it's like, dude, nobody who really is pulling in real stuff comes on the internet or YouTube stream to flex their income and shit like that. That's just that's dummy shit. That's for children. So I was trying to call him out. I was hoping he would get up here. His name was 9.5 Bears. I thought he was going to come up and that we could actually scrutinize what's happening in Oklahoma, the reality. And I do live in Wisconsin, which is probably nearly double the GDP of Oklahoma, but I'm not going to come on here and make that a flex. I mean, Wisconsin voted for Trump in 2024, so that's inconsequential to me. So that was where I was coming from.
Are you in the brewing industry?
Excuse me?
The brewing industry.
Oh no, I'm not a brewer. I don't brew beer. No, but that's cool. I live in Beer City.
Yeah. Exactly. That's why I asked you that. Because I did a deep dive into Milwaukee in this history of American beer.
No, I'm not that exactly. Yes, yep, absolutely. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, huge industry for dairy, beer, cheese, man.
Yeah,
and sports teams, man. The Bucks, the Brewers these days. We got great teams now. We got great teams again. Green Bay Packers, man.
You're a Packers fan?
Gotcha. No, I'm actually a Chicago fan.
Okay.
I'm originally from Chicago, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know where you got Texas from. But I guess I think I used to live in Texas. I lived in Texas for about 8 years, so maybe. Maybe last time I posted something, I might have been visiting there. It's been about 6 months since I've been down to Texas.
What part of Texas?
Okay.
I lived in the capital, man. I lived in the most blue city in Texas. I lived in Austin, brother.
Okay.
Austin, Austin off the chain, too.
Yeah.
Did you go South by Southwest?
I went to South by Southwest many times. I performed at South by Southwest festival shows a bunch of times. When I lived in Texas, I was a musician down there. So that was my main source of income. and I was finishing up my graduate degree when I was there as well. So
Okay.
Trying to get
Somebody
Barry.
said they're atheists.
what's that?
Trying to get BMC to come to Texas, but he's scared to come to Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I got some people in Midland.
Midland.
Odessa. I got
That's
Okay.
the oil field, man.
Yeah, you got. Yeah, when you come my way, you got to come my way to get there. I'm in Abilene. You got to come through Abilene to get there.
Oh wow.
When I jump back on that, see, I like to do a lot of track touring. When I jump back in, I'll be out there because one of my people's talking moving to Austin, Texas. He's a truck driver right now. You know, checking out some properties in Austin.
Yeah, that's a good way.
So I'm out there.
Austin.
I left Austin in 2018, and it was already just blowing up.
Hey, what kind of music? What kind of music? Rapping? Was you singing? Was you playing the guitar?
Yes, I was playing. I was singing, playing the guitar. I played a bass in a couple bands. I was a drummer. I played in a couple like national touring acts that were honky tonk style bands, like old school country, like outlaw country, stuff like that, or that style. One of the bigger gigs I played in that outlaw country band was in Midland, Texas. And it was a Christmas party. It was a Christmas party at a hotel, like a banquet hall type place, you know. And it was for this energy company down in Midland. It was the biggest paying gig I've ever made in my life. Was in the middle of nowhere, Midland, at this hotel, and made some of the best money because it was an energy company in Texas. You know, that's another thing. You talk about Oklahoma. Oklahoma's biggest industry is the energy industry, right? Other than that, where are they? Which, if you work in energy, I don't know if you've ever worked in energy, either you guys, or worked in like oil fields or worked in, you know, that industry. But there's nothing easy about it. It's no easy money in that. It's unless you're the one throwing the Christmas party. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, or sitting in the truck. Unless you're the one sitting in the truck.
You're sitting in the truck. Making you $55 an hour to fucking exactly. Excuse my language.
Big boss, unless you're the big boss, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know the side of that. You know the flip side of that. When in the 80s, when I was a young kid and I was doing labor work, and in the daytime I'd be a labor, and at night I was a king because the same person that was in the white, he'll call you later on that night and be like, "Yo, you know what that white stuff is?" And it'd be like the foreman. And in the morning he comes, he tie you up. But you can make money off of him all night. It's time for him to make money off of y'all. You ever went through that? Any y'all ever went? Like your boss was a head. You was supplying your boss off the job. You had what he needed.
Right.
I saw that. Oh, was that going on in the Bay Area?
Yep, it still is.
Right. Did y'all notice that now that at war with Iran, that Donald Trump came home and spoke to the people in a minute? What y'all think about that? Y'all don't need to come home and address us as a whole.
There's people in the Dominican Republic, you said?
Donald Trump. Only thing I want to go in the Dominican Republic. What's that city in the Republic? Punta Cana. Other than that, the guy, then that's the offer. What does the Dominican Republic offer?
I can't really speak on that, brother.
I don't even know.
Why y'all been to the Dominican Republic?
Someone else want to help out?
But y'all, Dominican Republic and Haiti is on the same island, right? And Haiti, their main thing is they got a lot of natural resources like uranium. Uranium is only in Haiti. It is only in Haiti and South Africa. That's why they keep Haiti destabilized. So it's on the same island with the Dominican Republic. I think the Dominican Republic got a whole lot of resources too, but the only thing they seem to offer is booty. You know, that's the number one pimp site. People in my culture anyway. Fambo, I know you hear a lot of people about going to the Dominican Republic to buy. They don't tell you that the Dominican Republic, which probably got more natural resources in some of these whole countries than in Europe. They got probably more natural resources. That uranium. You know anything about that uranium? That's why they got the Haitians back and forth, because them people been paying reparations 300 years. Where they get the money from? If their countries disabled and they eat mud and shit, eat mud cakes. Where did they get it from? You ever thought of that? Where did the country of Haiti get the money to pay reparations to Europe and to the United States?
No, that's a really good question, and I gotta look into that. But hey, Money.
Yo,
Money. I gotta go pick up my daughter. She's just getting done with soccer practice in a few minutes here. So I'm gonna check you out later. But I'm gonna look into that same thing about Dominican Republic, the Haitian funding, and Haiti. I'm gonna look into that. Hey, it was good talking to you fellas. Good talking to you fellas. I'll be back another time. All right, let's do this again.
All right, man.
All right.
Hey, yo,
all right, y'all take care.
Up too. Okay, Fambo.
Yeah.
Fambo, can you hear me clearly, Fam? Hey,
yeah, I can hear you clear.
Now, I get from the Bay Area to Abilene, my G.
Cheaper.
Okay.
It's cheaper to visit California than living in California.
Okay.
Unless you get two or three jobs, to the price of rent is in the Bay.
Right.
Yeah, right. Studio in the Bay can cost you $1,500.
What
you say?
In the Bay, a one bedroom. A one bedroom, $1,500 in the Bay.
A studio.
Wow. So not even a one room, that's a big.
Yeah, a studio.
Wow. So that $1,500 is different in Abilene.
Yeah. Yeah, like a one bedroom in a Bay. It depends what city you in the Bay, cause it could go up. Like in Oakland, like a one bedroom costs you like 19 to 2,200. You go to Frisco, it could go up to 4,000 for a one bedroom. It depends on the area you in.
Okay. You remember them two pimps was chasing each other in Las Vegas, shooting it out in the Maserati? You don't remember that? It was about 10 years ago. It was two young boys. One of them was in like a Range Rover, and one was in the Maserati, and they was riding down the strip. They was from Oakland. I was wondering, did you know them?
I didn't hear about that one. I'm gonna have to look that up. I might know him.
Yeah, it was about 15 years ago. Dude was in like an orange Maserati, and dude was behind some of that play money. You know how it go, some play money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they was going through there. Yeah, Fambo, did you used to rap like that? He probably was a pump dancer.
Huh?
Was you rapping or was you dancing? Are you bitter?
Okay. I was hustling.
What? Okay. So you mob. What part of Oakland was you out there in? Were you with Acorn Projects?
The murder does.
Okay.
But I was everywhere.
Okay.
Where the money at? I was there. You might catch me in the east. You might catch me in the west. You might catch me in the ice. Okay. You might catch me in Ice City.
Okay. What circle was it? Was it Felix Williams, Atlas Williams? Was it Matt Drake Thea's era? Or was it Bullies with Footers? What era was you when you was really shaking? What era was it? So I can get the feel of what you was going. The Tupac when he was in the Bay and Yuck and them was doing their thing.
Yeah, it was Pop and Dre.
Okay,
But Dre been out since '89.
Okay, I know.
Yes.
I remember when it was on America's Most Wanted Peru game. I remember it was on America's Most Wanted back in the day.
Yeah.
Okay, so you came up through the era when off the in Oakland, man, off the push got to be strapped up ready.
Yeah, I used to run with the Thiz kids. I used to run with the Thiz kids.
Okay, you was Thizzing.
Yeah.
The Blue Dolphins. You was on the Blue Dolphins.
The Blue Dolphin, the Bart Simpson.
Okay, the Bart Simpson. Did you have the dreads?
Did you?
And you was heavy in this. Fabo, you ain't had the turban on. You ain't had the turban on, did you?
The 4-leaf clover.
Right with you. Huh?
At the 4-leaf clover.
Okay. Because you know it's something different when you see one of them turbans on.
Yeah.
The Bay, man, I always like the Bay because they always their own different style, man. Starting with E40 and them, but all y'all always been eclectic. Like y'all always been having your own thing out there in the Bay.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's always the Bay Areas move like East Coast cats for real.
Yeah.
With the big rims and the dread.
Yeah, it's mixed in the Bay.
Did you have the dreads, Sam?
Yeah, I used to have them. Yeah.
Okay, you was out there. Yeah, it is. Running with Keith, you was out there. Yeah.
We went to school together, me and Keith.
Oh yeah, what happened to Keith, man?
He got set up a few times.
Yeah, the streets, huh? Because he had a movement at one time. He was booming at that time.
Yeah, the first time when he got shot.
The next two shows.
Yeah, the first time he got shot right across the street from my house.
Okay. Was he
like me? He was good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like that. I know they ain't Keith's car because I could see the car from my house. I'm like, that's like my nigga Keith's car. But you know, in the town, I'm saying in Richmond at the time, there's a lot of people got the same type of car.
Right. So Richmond would be like where everybody got there going busy at, right? California. Would you consider that the suburbs or is that the city too?
That's the city too. You go out there, you get your whole head knocked off. That's like they call that baby New Orleans.
Okay, Richmond, California.
Yeah, because you got a lot of people. A lot of people from New Orleans went to Richmond.
New Orleans,
yeah.
Okay, was it before Master P or after?
Before. This before P came out here.
He got there. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a wild combination because Louisiana people off the chain and California people. I know that's a wild combination.
Yeah, because their parents is from New Orleans, but the kids is from Richmond.
Okay, that's crazy. And then they get turned on to all Richmond. It's like California got Asians, blacks, everybody just it's like New York City.
Yeah, okay. you got your black section, you got your Latino section, you got your Samoans, you got your Tongans, you got your different Asians, you got your Middle Easterns.
The Middle Easterns go hard too. They be sleeping on them seats. Y'all got any seats around there?
Yeah. The moment started breaking them, a lot of people start breaking. Because some of them sleep in their stores.
Yeah. and get ready. They stay ready so they ain't got to get ready.
Yeah.
Out this way, you don't even know where they live at out here. A lot of them, they probably be sleeping in their stores too because we got a huge community of like Pakistanis and we got Iranian people that own a bunch of the mini marts. They own most of the mini marts now. Ain't no more malls. What about where you at? Are they in mom and pop stores?
Yeah. But like majority of them live like the city they live in. A lot of them live in Fremont, the Middle Eastern.
Okay. Because here, man, it's few and far in between.
You got them in Oakland too, but the headquarters for them in the East Bay is Fremont.
That's
you got a lot of them
in the
East Bay. Yeah, in the East Bay. They in Fremont, Union City.
I grew up with a dude. Him and his brother was from India, but they used to call him brother Geronimo. He was from India, but they used to call him Geronimo, like he was the fella. Like Indian dude, Geronimo. Like, he's that.
Yeah, my party. I got a party.
Dude.
He from Fiji. He from Fiji. When he came out here, I'm like. Like I could shoot the penny off your ass if you. You like I snipe you ass a block away.
Did he bring you in that water with him?
Huh?
Did he bring you? He said he was from Fiji. Did he bring you in that water?
They used to get it sent in.
Okay, he be getting the official Fiji dumping. That shit crazy. Man, I ain't got that going. Feeling all this stuff with this government, Fambo. You think you got any opportunity, black men? Is there a place for black men in this government, Fambo?
It's a long shot.
Okay.
It depends what type of black man you is. If you ones who they can use as a puppy, yeah. You feeling just right.
And on the flip side,
but if you one of the ones who trying to start a revolution, hey, you ain't the one for them.
Right. Okay.
If you on your Malcolm X, if you on your Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, Nat Turner, they don't want you.
Right. They want your sweater tied around your neck and ready to play tennis.
Yeah.
They don't want you in your tennis shoes about to chase somebody down first, to run up in the way and get some money to fund the revolution.
They want a yes man.
Right. What about Texas, man? Is Texas kind of I know they punish you, they send you away, but when people get out of prison in Texas, do they got a lot of people getting out of prison? How fast can you get out of there and get your rights back in Texas?
I'm not for sure. I ain't never been.
Okay.
I never been to jail. I only know about California.
Okay. Did you get your rights restored in California?
Yeah.
If you did lose them, because okay. The governor in my state just gave like 60,000 people their rights back.
Yeah, I had to wait 10 years. Just can't get in no more trouble in 10 years. You had to go to court, and then they cleared it.
Okay, that's right. And so now, are you registered to vote in Texas? Are you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it is, fam. Right. So when you don't vote, you still vote. You know what I'm saying? Because that the person, he might not even be about to win, but if we don't vote, we give him an even better chance to get his people together. Because you know that these people aren't going to vote. That's why they had it so by the time you're 21 in the black community that you can't vote being a man. Nobody noticed it though. You know that by 21, you was there. You was either in jail or dead or some kind of probation or supervision in the black community. At least everybody I knew and grew up with, that's all, you know what I mean? 21, they was under some kind of supervision.
Yeah.
If they won't actually being locked up, they was being monitored. You know what I'm saying?
You was in jail. You was locked. You were paralyzed.
Eyes good, Dr. What's up, Craft for Soul? Right, you know, we never really thought about it like this, being that when I came up, wasn't nobody talking about politics.
We were trying to see how. We were trying to see how we could make that next bag.
Exactly, make that money, and that's the thing. We used to get high, we used to get good, but we never worship high and good. We just was like that. Nowadays, you notice that everybody wants to be the hustler. Everybody wants to be the customer. Everybody to get around. I'm high, or oh man, wow. But where's your entrepreneurship? But we came up under the entrepreneurs. Well, do your thing, but do that off of hours.
Yeah, the biggest I seen the voting ever was when Obama was running for president. Everybody was voting then.
Yeah, but it was monetized. I was around when Puffy was saying that rock the vote shit. They monetized, and then Obama he got everybody to get him in, and then he fizzled. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Fizzled. He got in there and fizzled. It's crazy. He ran up in Jamaica. You know Obama had sent soldiers to shoot up Jamaica, right?
Yeah.
Crazy. This game was booming yesterday. Did you see it? This joint did 80,000 yesterday in the evening.
I came in for a little bit yesterday.
I know you dropped the family. You dropped them joints on Clinton, Bush, Obama. Yeah, I had them pinned, but you ain't see that joint. They was really into that. I might drop that link later on.
Joe Biden
versus Bush versus
yeah,
that joint happened booming. These people is mad, man. They mad with these folks, man. I just got into politics in 2024 on a humbug because I was dropping all that entertainment news, and you know what I mean. Like I was competing for the same. They say the same thing. Everybody was the same things about what's going on in entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Well, politics, everybody is concerned.
Yeah, I've been telling my partner about this. He's like, nah, I don't do it the politician channel because it go left real quick.
But you see, I'm pretty smooth here. I don't really, whatever you believe, if I can change it, that means you didn't believe it. You know what I'm saying?
It'd be the people in the chat. That's what he like, cause they be talking crazy. I can't get to them. He like, they talking crazy.
Yeah.
If I get my hands on it, they won't be talking crazy no more.
Right, they be so serious with this shit too, but it's man. They motherfuckers hungry, man. It's serious. What's the climate like in I believe, Fambo? What's the number one job here? Replenishment center, like Amazon and something like that.
Medical. Out here is
okay.
It's medical and energy.
The oil fields.
Yeah.
And everything surrounding it. I bet you so they got a mean temporary service game out there, don't they? You can get a temporary in the oil field out there.
Yeah.
A service. Okay, you go to a tip service around here.
And now,
around.
what's the next one? It's the data centers, them AI centers.
Okay. Oh, so they're hiring for centers now to build them or to work there.
People working there.
Oh man, and they hiring tips.
They started as
that's a good trade to learn. Huh?
Yeah, but the thing is, when you're working there, you gotta sign papers. Cause you can't talk about what's going on. You can't talk about what's going on in there.
Oh, okay. You know what? And once you sign on papers, you down there put yourself in a human flock. If they've been watching everything you do, listening to all your calls, riding past your house, monitoring, have people away from 6 degrees of separation. Everybody around. It's crazy.
And they might have your car tapped.
Right, do. You know they do. And you know what? They probably give a badge. They got one of them like the Apple tags. They probably give them a badge with an Apple tag, so they always know where they at. Wow.
Yeah. One dude got fired.
Yeah.
He wouldn't sign it. He wouldn't sign the paper. He like, I ain't signing nothing.
Right, like why am I signing away? Because then again, those that sign the paper, did they read the whole timeline of what it requires and all that?
I don't know. He wouldn't sign it. He's like, if I'm working here, why I need to sign some papers?
Oh man,
some extra paper. I already did the application.
Right.
Why I need to sign some other extra papers to work here?
Right. And that sounds like, I mean, I need to sign an NDA. What's gonna happen here that I need to sign an NDA?
You're like, you ain't finna make me be your fall guy.
Shout out Picking and Green came back from picking up.
Because he had an interview like,
right,
they trying to make me be the fall guy.
Right.
When this shit goes down, all the ones who sign the paper, they can be the ones who can get hit.
Yeah. They liable for the data breach.
Yeah.
That data center stuff crazy though, man. Is it you think the fires that's happening all around the country? You think the fires got something to do with it? They make space for the data centers.
That's what a lot of people saying. They think.
Yeah, because it's coincidental that a bunch of fires. What about California?
They using a lot of energy.
Right.
And they're like, sometimes wires you get you connected to everybody's energy. In some places, a lot of people's energy going up because they using energy, but they added a little bit on everybody's bills.
Right, and that's they're gonna put it on you. You're gonna pay it, not
the company.
They're gonna put it on your head.
Yeah.
I live up the street from one though. I live up the street from a data center, and it's been here like 25 years. It's a Verizon data center.
Your bill's been up.
Yep.
Before that came, your bill was cheaper, huh?
You know what? I'm from this area, but I wasn't here when it first came because they always been here. It was a data center. It was one of the Verizon joints with the kiosks. You know what? All the girls used to work at Verizon. It was one of those centers, a call center, and they turned it into a data center. But nobody knows that the parking lot is super empty.
Yeah, like out here,
that's super
like
empty.
out here, people PG. Right. It was cheaper until the data centers came. They just went up.
Right. Okay, Picking and Grinning just put in some super support too. Greatly appreciated, Picking and Grinning. That's what it is, fam. Dropped it on us. Let me see. It says, Juliet, my daughter, to donate to the channel. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, gentlemen. Much love for your family and your that's what it is, family, because that's what I'm doing too. I'm chilling amongst people right now. I got my homie found here. That was greatly appreciated, but You can come back up here anytime, picking it. I just don't have people up here. Damn, Bo. You surprised that I got somebody had people up here today, ain't it?
Yes.
Just lay low. Because like people saying, sometimes it's just too much drama.
Yeah, I think this is like the second time I seen you did it.
Right. Because like I said, it's too much drama. I like to stay chill, fam.
Yeah, but the thing,
I'm in the streets.
You got the button, you control everything.
Right.
If they start talking crazy,
and I'm like baby from Cash Money. Bambo. I'm like baby from Money though. Beef I don't discuss, but out of line is head bush. That's just I don't really, you know what I'm saying? I don't like to have a bunch of, you know what I'm saying? Back and forth. I'm chill. And it seems that my culture is probably balance, but more like when I deal with people with politics, it's more of an argument about resources and shit that are right.
Is you left wing or you right wing? You Republican or you Democrat? No, that's what it goes. Which side? Who you with?
Right. I'm Republican or Democrat. I just like this shit is giving everybody a chance to speak their mind. Cause I know all of them shit, family. You know and I know. All of them some shit.
Yeah,
but then you tell me one time you was at San Quentin.
Yeah.
Then you tell me San Quentin. How long you was at San?
I was.
How long was you there?
A year.
Trump, about less than a year.
Yeah.
Right. Right. You ain't had no long time. But did you ever run across any reputables out of San Quentin?
Yeah. I ran across.
And why the rapper San Quentin? Is he from San Quentin?
That's his rap name. He's from Frisco.
Oh, okay, San Francisco. So it's the closest penitentiary to San Francisco.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Who's popping on the Bay Area scene now? Who got the ring? I seen what's the name of them just did the joint? E40 and Juvenile.
Yeah, I seen that. Like from the Bay, who got it? It's like from the town right now.
I think we should have left Juvenile.
Yeah, right now from
I think we should have left
Oakland. It's filthy right now from Oakland, but each city got their own person. Like Oakland is filthy. To me, Frisco right now is Larry June.
Okay. June got the underground scene on lock in anyway though. Larry June do.
Yeah.
Cause he's so smooth with it. He almost like monotone. His music is almost too monotone. You know what I mean? It's commercial. Larry June. Whatever happened to Lil Kurt? Lil Kurt.
Yeah, he still be dropping songs here and there. He ain't really been doing music like that lately.
Right. Thought he probably was independent country. Y'all, what y'all doing over there on the West Coast, man? Y'all done stabbed up what's his name? Tory Lanez. Wow, Tory Lanez really gonna have a story to tell. Get out of prison.
I ain't stab him up there. That ain't on me. When you go to jail, you gotta.
Tory gonna have a.
When you go to jail,
people, man, y'all
everything goes. There ain't no rules. There ain't no friends really. Your friends didn't even stab you.
Right. Crazy, man. When I heard that, I was like, I done lost it now. He from studio gangster to this shit is real, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Went from being a studio gangster to really getting it in.
Yeah, because you had hitters who from the streets when they got in prison, they got hit up. Hey, you don't got your guns no more.
Yeah. Yeah. It happens. It happens even when they're not in jail. When they're in the streets and they ain't got the guns no more, they try to clean up. Motherfuckers see you. It's on now. Now you might have stopped, but that's what I mean. Now you don't preaching. Well, I'm not. You know what I'm saying?
My person, y'all squad. Y'all say it's cool, but the little homies, it's still on site.
Right.
You disrespect our hood.
Somebody that they brother.
Yeah, you disrespect our hood. We finna make an example out of you.
Nope, ain't no going back. You did, fam. He looked at Iranian. Kelvin looked at I was talking to, didn't he? Kelvin, the young man we were just talking to up here. Then he looked
Yeah, a little bit.
He said, I told him he looked Iranian. He favored El Said. I thought it was El Said. Yeah, man. When the next time you coming to the East Coast?
I ain't been out there. Woo! Last time I was up there was 02.
Okay, you when Rough Riders and all that shit was popping.
Yeah.
Must have been out here entrepreneuring. You remember 02 money was everywhere. People was first from 99 to like 10. People was prospering. Or the illusion of prosperity, right?
Yeah, I was more at that time. I was more in the 757.
Oh yeah, that's where I'm at. What you going to the 757? Where at?
Huh? Hampton.
What's on here?
Newport.
Okay. You must have been grinding.
Yeah, I got cousins they live out there. They've been out there since
there right now.
Been out there since 03.
Okay. Oh, so you out here with the dump squad and the other little boys that were not shit down. They not shit. You know what's up? You know how the Bay Area move? That's what Newport News and Hampton move. They not shit down.
Yeah, because my partner, he was up there with me. They're like, where y'all from?
Huh?
Like, he like, I'm from Richmond. They're like, oh, you can't be over here. You from Richmond. He was like, I was like, this what? We from the Bay. He like, oh, yeah. He like, oh, okay. I thought you was from Richmond, Virginia. Because out there, when you hear Richmond, you think of Virginia.
Right. Richmond get busy, man. Richmond is a city of dope, man. Richmond is a heroin city.
Yeah.
But in the 757, they call 757 it's sort of like New York City.
Yeah.
Because they got the
he was like, I didn't know they had a Richmond, Virginia. I only knew about Richmond, California. I'm like, yeah, there's a Richmond, Virginia too.
Yeah.
He don't really travel. The part of this traveling is California to Nevada.
A lot of y'all love Nevada, man. Y'all love to go out there and get that money, man. What you think is better, Reno or Vegas?
Me? I like Reno better. It's more low key.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Even when just being a tourist, that's what I would pick Reno.
And Reno ain't that far. It ain't that far back to the bay.
Right.
Because Vegas is farther. Yeah, but if you from LA, San Diego, you can see more of them in Vegas than if you go to Reno. Reno, you can see more people from the Bay, Sacramento out there.
Okay, so yeah, I was Reno, man. When the last time you been Reno?
17? No.
Okay.
No, I went out there in 2021, so everything was certain places was open. It was like a ghost town. Because it was around COVID.
Okay.
It was around ghost. It was a ghost town.
COVID had shit looking crazy.
Yeah.
COVID had everything looking crazy.
Like the casinos was closed, but you still had like the little gas stations that had little slot machines. They still was open.
Right. You know how to hit this area. You know we building a casino. They got a casino coming up about 2 miles from me.
Is that the one now?
Michael Vick coach at? You know Michael Vick? Huh?
Yeah, because they say not supposed to be open.
You know Michael
Vick
Vick? Oh yeah. I open one up in Queens.
Okay.
Michael Vick coach like up the street from here. Michael coach at the college up the street from here.
Virginia Tech?
He's probably standing outside. Now coach at Norfolk State.
Oh, okay. No, because he went to Virginia.
I think he
Vic went to Virginia Tech, huh? Yeah, that's why I thought he might have coached where he went to.
Hell no, you know they're not gonna let him get. That's like the NFL coach. They got him at Norfolk State, HBCU, which is pretty dope. Going hanging up there getting free lunch and shit. Pretty dope though. You can catch him hanging outside 7-Eleven across from Norfolk State. You catch Michael Vick out there chilling. Oh, hey, I go over that way a lot too. That's the spot you showed me when it was snowing. That's where you was at when it was snowing, Fambo.
Yeah.
Okay. Now show me y'all had got snowed in a little bit. That's weird too, my G. That snow was shaky. It was gone. It came and went. That shit was shaky as hell.
Like when it snow here, it don't stay long. And like you in the Midwest,
right?
That Midwest, it will still be there when you wake up in the morning.
Right, you got to put a coat on and some boots. Here, that's what happens. It's gone. Like the rain doing there lately, though. You know this has been real dry rain. Ain't no rain, but ain't no puddles. The next day, don't be no puddles.
What's the temperature out there?
Oh, right now it's 8 degrees, partly sunny, man.
Okay.
88 degrees, partly sunny. It's just like where you at right now, looking just like that. Partly sunny, my kid. We'll get to snow. I mean,
yesterday
a few half an inch in a tizzy.
Yesterday it was hot. Yesterday it was 105.
Yeah, they probably turned on that machine. They turned on the dynamo machine.
No, because the youngsters up the street,
they had the dynamo machine.
Hey, they hit the old school fire hazard. They had that motherfucker on.
Okay. The whole neighborhood was out there.
Yeah. And then the fire department right up the street came. Yeah.
And they turned it off.
Because it's right up the street from here. Yeah, it's like a block from where I'm at. The fire hydrant is just. The station is like a block away.
Okay. They got a park where you can just go out there and get in the water. They don't say it. Like the whole sprinkler system for the kids.
Yeah, this white dude, he like, ooh, y'all saving me some money today. Because he was on the way getting fire water. Because he had all that mud on there. He just passed through there and just turned back around. He like, I could say this money.
That is crazy. But you know, I can see it in y'all water bill.
Yeah.
People don't realize that they don't see water bill. This is dope, right? This is one of the few times in life I'm about to get more acts, man. I want to get Doug the Pogan, Good Tyrus, and Space Dust, and then I'll get this young man that was in, get them to do some music. What's up, my boo? Smash that like y'all. Got a rope there for $40,000 too, Fambo. You'll get one.
Huh?
You'll get one of them robots for $40,000.
Hell no.
They got the robot for $40. Wow. They say he do it all though. Boy, G, the shooter. You ain't got none of your old music that you made for. You ain't got your old shit.
Yeah. When my nigga got snatched up by the feds, he had everything. It was on the laptop.
Okay. Who was down with what's the name of them? MOE?
Huh?
Was he down with MOE? They had came up there. MOE had came out of nowhere with it. I think once that black dude, what's his name? Black.
Yeah, because he was.
They shit.
I was like, you need to slow down doing this, because.
Is he still in the feds?
Coming home. What's this? He be coming home in February.
Play games, can't find me, but I stay true. Won't say names. I think he did a dub, Fambo.
He did
dub.
He didn't do a dub. He went down in. He went down in 2016.
Oh, so he ain't no. They ain't touching.
Yeah.
They ain't touching.
Yeah, but his counterfeit money was. Yeah, but his counterfeit money was so wet. Because you could take it to the bank. That's how good it was.
Okay.
Because you know how to put it through the machine.
Okay.
It maxed the machine, and then they put the pin. It maxed that, but an hour later,
hologram and all that.
Yeah, an hour later, it popped up on the money.
Okay.
Yeah, but the reason he got caught because he went back to a bank he already did.
Okay, so they were waiting on
him. Yeah. Yeah, because he had going back to another.
That money, they put your ass away for that money. They put your ass away for messing with that money.
But he had a nice run. Right. He was doing this from 2007. He got busted in 2016. Yeah, because he was going.
When he gets, he gonna work at? Hopefully he got a lot of money.
Yeah.
And then he's done with it.
Yeah, he through. He like, I ain't fuck with this shit.
Okay. Maybe he become a politician.
He about to open a recording studio up.
Okay. Well, make sure he make record secondary unless it's in media live stream. But music ain't really selling, Fambo. So you gotta have to get them up to speed on it. Today. You come out rapping, you have to be rapping. Got to be secretary to a podcast or some kind of platform selling the product. There's no that nobody ain't getting selling rapping deals or the background when you make music background now. So whatever you going on that you're promoting. Don't just find a widget. Don't even open up a record studio. Open up a multimedia center where maybe you can use a green screen and you can come over here and get facility to use, like say somebody to use a laptop or different like that, because the studio right now in this climate is going to be a waste of money. You know what I mean? Not like how we, a studio was a definite money, because from $25 to $10 an hour is what we only could pay, and that's what they were charging us. They would charge us $10 an hour. You know what I'm saying? Remember, everybody used to have that $50 price for the show.
Yeah.
Now,
Depending which studio you go to. Some places, so we had some spots in the Bay, they were charging $100 an hour.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like everybody had that one white boy you knew that with that shit.
Yeah.
And it had beats.
Yeah.
Because I used to have a studio. I used to work at a bunch of studios. The people I hung out with, we wasn't rats. We was just like hustlers, grinders, entrepreneurs, and that was what things we like to do to have fun. That stuff all the time, man. We used to CD like in the room or in somebody's backyard, and then go sell it right on the fresh on the CD. We just spit this shit right in somebody's yard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, post up at the gas station.
If you go through my old joints, you'll see me. I used to post up at the show across the street from the guy there going get it, Mike. You know what I'm saying? I just did it, and this was in the 2000s when you could sell a CD. Early 2000s, you could sell a CD for $5 or $10, and the night was selling them.
Yeah, because all my niggas who were rapping, like I'm going to the East Coast. They all give me like 5 or 6 CDs. And he was like, it was somebody from he was like some rapper from out there. He wanted to do a song with me. And then he like, how you get to the CD? He like,
it was in the early 2000s.
Yeah, he like somebody named Red who gave me the CD. And then he like, oh, I got somebody from the East Coast who want me to come out there and do a song. I was like, that's what's up. He like, cause of you. I was getting like, yeah, that's how I was going on trips. I was just getting a lot of my partners who rap. Give me some of y'all CDs. I can just pass them out to people out here.
Right. I'm telling you, that man, you gotta add that. You gotta get your Joe Buttons on now, bro. When your homeboy come out, he said he about to open up a store. So you got like a podcast type of situation, because like I said, people are not listening to music now. It gotta be a whole something to go with it.
He still call it a studio, but it's like the new generation, how they doing it now. It's streaming. But
that's what I'm.
Yeah,
I thought he was about to throw the trap board in there with. Okay. Remember the old?
Yeah.
With the toy and the glass and the joint and the everybody rolling up weed.
Remember we had to go to the lab. We call it the lab.
Right. The lab, yeah. Everybody smoking and writing notepad shit.
Yeah. He said he can go through all the hoods in the town. People who say they rap, he like, you don't have to be the top one. He trying to come up with a compilation first.
Okay.
Like different rappers from all over. He come home, he can do a compilation.
Throw my joint up there tonight, because everything is legit. You know what I'm saying? Throw it up there. I ain't got it to the name. You can use it.
Yeah,
next one. As we go, the next one.
Yeah, I got this.
Put that joint.
This on my channel too, running. This live stream.
Okay. You running it right now?
Yeah. Cause see, you got the
okay.
Like certain channels you can do it on, and certain ones you can't.
Yeah, because they allow it. They ask you, can the person, will you allow the person?
Yeah.
This is my first time doing it.
Oh, okay.
I usually do stuff.
Yeah.
Free fall it.
You just freestyle.
Drop somebody pop in. Huh? Somebody pop in. We got the link posted up. But yeah, that studio sound about. You got to incorporate that technology, man, and get out there. Well, Abilene is Austin, where you can. I'm sure out there. Is your homeboy gonna be in the Bay coming out there where you at?
In the Bay. Yeah. He start off doing.
Where he came from?
He started off doing just. The first stuff it can be the first compilation will be just all different local Oakland rappers, niggas who say they rapping. He can see, try to put a couple of them together to do a song.
Okay.
Like the youngsters.
What would you rather be? What would you rather, Commander in Chief? Who would you rather Commander in Chief during war? Biden or Trump? Let's see. I don't want to be at war, so neither one of them. Biden. Shit.
If they really want to solve these wars,
Bart?
the best way how they could end these wars real fast, just let the two presidents go at it. The best man win.
Right, head to head. I remember I had that joke about Donald Trump versus Obama. Somebody literally came in and said that Donald Trump whooped Obama's ass. Like, Donald Trump is 80 years old. Not saying that 80-year-old can't throw them things, but just headbutt him and knock him out. Headbutt the shit out of him.
I hit one time. Hit Trump one time in that gut.
Right.
He can throw up all the caviar he was eating the night before.
All that baby food. He's stingy. He don't even eat caviar, man. He looks stingy. He eating all the free shit at the hotel.
No, he ain't paying for it because they're giving it to him for free.
Yeah.
I'm Donald Trump.
And ain't it crazy? He had a home cooked meal. He probably has never had a home cooked meal because he always living at a hotel or a resort. That's crazy. He ain't never had no grease out of a real old pot or something. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's crazy, Donald Trump. He probably ain't never had no greasy chicken.
I was always trying to find the hotel. Hey, somebody was like, you need to bring Donald Trump to the hood. He'll get back. Come to Grandma's kitchen.
Bring him to the real hood and set him down with some real. Yeah. And with no cameras though, with some hood niggas, he'll get back. He'll shake back quick. A little bit. Or give him 30 days in the county. He'll get back. He'll learn, you know what I'm saying? Give him 30 days in the county. With no cameras and nobody. 30 days in the county. Whoever he is, it'll come out. Whether he a soldier or what, give him 30 days in the county. Cut the phone off. He can't make no calls out, no commissary. You know what I'm saying?
But it depends what county you can put him in.
I don't put him in California. Give him somewhere where he can kind of sleep. He go to Cali, he gonna have to run some fades. I've been looking for you. He got to run fades on the whole time.
Hey, put him in LA County jail.
Hell no, he gonna have to run fade. He don't get time to get the feeling missing his people because he's gonna be throwing hands. Everybody gonna want to fade with him. Everybody, like.
Or you put him in Cook County jail.
Maybe, yeah, Cook County.
Nah, he still might have to run from. Hey, they be running some phase too.
He ain't got no ops in Cook County. The ops, they beefing with each other. He ain't got no ops in Cook County. They don't follow politics. What do you think about that? You know that in Chicago, they got this algorithm where they can tell which one of these kids are gonna kill each other in that drill music stuff. There's a whole algorithm based off of them. They can tell who's going to jail, who killed who, by way of who's dead and who's still around and what they say on social media. That is crazy. That algorithm stuff is crazy. Peace, what's up, King Fire? What's up with you, King Fire?
It was like, who started the drill rapper? There was somebody from Chicago who's playing, who really started I was shocked who they say who started the drill rap.
In Chicago?
Yeah, but they said it started in Chicago.
Hold on,
Guess who
let
they
me
said
guess. Let me guess. Oakland.
Yeah, but guess who? Guess who they said who was the first drill rapper from Oakland? It was
Let me
some
see.
Chicago people saying.
Hold on, let me see. I'm about to tell you. Mac Drake. Who?
DB.
The General.
Yeah.
You know that's my favorite one from the Bay, right?
Okay.
Gas.
Yeah, when it said DB, I'm like, no, he ain't really no drill
I
rapper.
was gonna say that.
Then
I was gonna say
yeah,
DB.
he kind of is. The early DB was kind of like a drill rapper.
Yeah, that gas.
Yeah.
And he was creepy as a motherfucker on that shit too. When I told you about the motherfucker when he had that red turban on.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was goddamn go creepy on that one. That's my favorite one by DB. I don't know why I did it. I was about, that's my favorite rapper from the Bay, DB. I don't know why. I thought you was gonna go more commercial with it, but okay. DB.
This was somebody from Chicago. They like that's how they got into the drill because they came across a DB album
with that gas for sale.
Yeah, I knock you down. They were like,
the song
they was I knock you down.
I knock you down.
Yeah, hey, that's a drill song right there.
yeah, but it's also like a catchy little dance to it too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On Burger, who is Burger? I know this DB holler Burger a lot. Who's Burger?
Burger?
Yeah.
He's from A Deuce. A Deuce. He got killed.
Okay. Yeah, DB. They was looking at DB to write some music out there in Florida, won't they? I think some people that's associated with Rick Ross, E-Class and them was looking at DB at one time.
Yeah, because he did some stuff with some people from Bama.
Okay.
Some local rapper.
Okay. DB, man, he should be a little bit more further than he is. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's stuck in that underground circuit.
Yeah.
What about Elohim? You heard from Elohim?
Yep.
What are you talking about?
He trying to get it. He trying to come for appeal.
Man, is he married on it? Is it because you know what's so crazy? It's gonna be hard because his story is out there too much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just always his story is out there. Just like with the Lurch guy. What's about Lurch? Is he coming home anytime soon?
He got a appeal coming up like late 27. He trying to get it approved.
Okay.
Last time I talked to him.
Because I remember he was rapping with Tupac at one time. That's crazy.
He was I don't remember what he was on Tupac. No, Mac Dre. He was doing stuff with Mac Dre and Sebo.
Who, Lurch?
Yeah.
He did a joint with Tupac. It was Lurch, Tupac, and somebody else. Maybe Spice One or one of them cats, man. They did a joint with him. Tupac, he from New York. He touched the whole California. And the only people that they forget that he's from the Bay Area, and they always put him up with the gang members in LA. And he just ain't got to LA. He really didn't know LA like that. But LA loves him. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But he was more in the Bay Area.
Yes. Because the first person he did something with was 5150 from Marin City.
Right. Okay. Yep. What was that? That was Black. That was Young Black and Gifted. What was the name of that label he was on over there? I think Kyrie, Young Black, Young and Black.
Oh, what's it called? Young Black Brothers.
Young Black Brothers. Because a lot of people came from that. JT the Bigger Figure came from that. He was down with that at one time. What's the young boy that's locked up for the Mac Dre shit? I think he came from that, didn't he?
Oh, Mac Minister.
Yeah, or was it Mac Mall? Which one of them? I get them mixed up.
Mac Miller's that's the one who locked up right now
Yeah.
for the fat home murder.
Yeah, what you think about that? He almost got out recently, didn't he?
Yeah.
He almost ain't good enough. I always wonder about that Mac Dre situation. Was it really a setup? You know what I'm saying? Who knows?
Yeah. Cause you gotta listen to. But Jay did talk about it. Like it wasn't Fat Tone.
Okay. JD's probably know something about it though. It's always the ones that's more blunt with you. And that's just my opinion on the streets. Ain't no real loyalty in it. Especially when you get in a certain foothold and the people that you around, they probably know who you are and they can probably think it's theirs.
But when Dre got killed, he was on the first thing out to KC.
That could be looked at as both ways. Why wasn't he out there with him though? That's the thing.
But when he went to KC, he caught a violation because he ain't supposed to leave the state.
Okay.
That's the reason he went with Drake the first time.
Right.
Because he was on paper, he on parole.
Like I just told you, by the time we got there on 21, most black men are on some kind of supervision. That's not home. You know? Like I like to say, in some communities, the privileged communities, when they turn 16, they get their father's old truck and their granddaddy watch and maybe the stock that they had when they was born that was bought. When you return 16, we either get a felony, a baby, get put out the house, shot at, killed. So really, you're 16 now.
Or you might have all three.
Right.
You got shot.
Yeah.
You in jail when you had your first kid.
Exactly.
And when you come home, like, Mom, who is this? That's your daddy. I thought Timothy was my daddy.
Is your daddy? Don't he look like you? No. You know but that's just what it is, man. The black community, man. It's something different, man. You know it. We something different.
Because I had a partner. He went to jail, then he came home. He was like, damn, I'm an old ass motherfucker. Because his daughter was a fifth grade from high school.
Wow, he missed everything.
Yeah.
He missed everything.
He did it almost a dub piece.
Wow. See what I'm saying? How long they'll hold you? In this area, they're famous for holding people for dubs and they ain't even do it. They'll hold your ass and you didn't even do it.
Yeah, because they were trying to give him life.
But ain't that crazy how when he got to 20 years, he was like, damn, he got 20 years. And now, shit, it's over with.
Yeah.
Back at the pound.
Because he was out in the streets funking hard.
Okay.
Yeah. And one of his ops kidnapped his son.
Okay. He was out here gassing.
Yes. They were like, we can't get you. We can make you come to us.
Right.
Hey,
did his son meet his demise?
Huh?
Did his son meet his demise? Did they kill him?
They didn't kill his son.
Okay. That's crazy. And what's up with the Williams dude, Mitchell, Felix Mitchell out there in the Bay Area? How did he actually die, Fambo? How does Felix Mitchell die?
The feds had him killed.
Okay. And they made it seem like he got killed over a debt or some shit.
Yeah, because one article said he died over $10, then say he died over $20. $20, but another they say he wiped that in his sleep.
Right. Because
the feds knew he had to come home. They didn't really have nothing to really stick on him. He had to come home. And they're like, we got to get this motherfucker out the way.
Okay, I think they did Larry Davis like that too. You familiar who Larry Davis is? he had shot it out with the police in New York. I think one of them died. They was coming to get him because he was working with the police. He was like a hit team for the police, and then they always try to cover their tracks. And when they came to get him, he bucked and he got away, jumped out the project window and went on the run. Larry Davis, and he did a bunch of years in penitentiary because they couldn't give him life or anything like that. After he made him look stupid, like he fought the whole police force, so he became like a political activist in prison, and he was just about to get out. The dude, Blue Boy, killed him. You ever heard of the dude, notorious Crip dude from New York, Blue Boy?
Yeah, I heard of Blue Boy.
Yeah, he killed Larry Davis, and then look how you can know that the police got him killed, because the guy Blue Boy, in my opinion, he got out of prison like 2 or 3 years later. After you just killed somebody, you're out on the street, not lower custody, but actually on the street, you just killed somebody. You know what I'm saying? But he got locked back up because he got caught with a gun or something. So old habits are hard to break. And plus, the boy Blue Boy was in prison since he's been a youngin', so
yeah,
he knew the prison boy.
My big cousin, he was telling me about it. He like, yeah, we was enemies, but he didn't die over no money.
Right.
Yeah.
Mitchell.
Yeah, because Mickey was saying it wasn't over no money.
Right, because when he died, his funeral was crazy.
Yeah.
Like, wow. But yeah,
he was like the president.
Check out Larry Davis. Huh?
Hey, he was like the president.
I know. Him and I think one of y'all boys came home, Lil D. Did you know Lil D?
Yeah.
Lil
girl came home.
Yeah. Came home. Yeah, we got some wild outs on this side too. Where you said your cousins was from Newport News and Hampton. They got a lot of wild outs over there.
They ain't from there. They're from East Oakland.
Okay.
They just live. They live there now.
Okay.
Yeah, but they dad from he from Virginia area.
Okay. What's the what are they? What's their last name?
Huh?
What's their clan?
Myers.
The Myers.
Their last name. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. One of my nephews is the Myers, but they don't spell it like he spelled his different from Oscar Mayer.
Myers.
I think so.
Yeah, that's how they spell theirs.
The Jewish version of it. Yeah. They wild out there. They call that shit bad news.
They did. I see one of my other niggas from West Oakland and my cousin. I'm like, how you know him? He like, that's my cousin. I'm like, how that's your cousin? He like, oh pops. Cause this one of my niggas. Like, we used to hit licks together.
Oh yeah, how your granddaddy doing, man?
He doing good.
Okay, OG granddaddy.
Yeah, I talked to him yesterday.
Oh yeah, what are your granddaddy talking about? The hoes.
My cousin take him to the. He said he's trying to hit $1 million on the slot.
Okay, he trying to get there, gonna get some money. OG status, no man. I know it. You know what the old heads, when they get to a point, when they get chilled, they either it's about them hoes or that money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Cause they didn't go last weekend. They didn't go to the casino.
Okay. What's a good pick 3, fam?
Huh?
Give me a good pick 3 to play.
Like, what you talking? Sports?
No. The lottery. I don't watch sports. Man.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking. When you said pick 3, I'm thinking you trying to do a 3-leg. Because that's what some people be asking me. Pick 3 teams. That's what I'm thinking you talking about.
Man, what's that shit? What's that gambling shit? That gambling channel where you can go pick up gamble on anything?
Oh. Yeah.
Kalashi.
Yeah.
Kalashi. Man, I played one of them shits one time. I won some money too. And then the shit be so inviting, you'll play the money and put some more money on it and end up losing more money.
Yeah. Yeah, cause I did it. I did a college football game like that. I had a 16 leg,
Right.
and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm there." The last team lost. Fucked the
Yeah.
whole ticket up.
Yeah. Damn it. That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I picked 3. Man, I'm gonna play 7-5-7 till it drop. I'll pick a number and just play it till it drop, like a double number. So you know what I mean, maximize the payout.
Yeah, cause my cousin like, ooh, you looking good right now. I'm like, after this motherfucker called me, everything changed.
Yeah, right there. He probably called you with his lucky sweater on. Jinxie, yo, he probably called you with his lucky sweater on.
Yeah, cause he did a 16 leg one, and he already lost all his. But the one who he picked the last game,
Yeah,
that was the only one he won on. The one who I had to win, they lost.
right. Oh man.
I'm like, we should have did it together. Cause the 15 teams I had won. Yours lost. The last team you had, they won.
Okay. So we had the peanut butter, you had the jelly.
Yeah. His ticket was dead on the first game.
Damn.
Yeah, the first game he lost.
So he could have had persuaded you at the end of it. Yo, nah, pick them right there. Go with them.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Did you play any sports, Fambo?
Yeah.
What you play?
Yeah,
Football?
Football, baseball, basketball. I ran track.
Oh man. Yeah, I ain't played no sports. No sports. But box. I did box. Yeah, but it wasn't through the school or nothing. It was recreation.
Yeah.
And that was like 2 years. And at the time, I needed it because that's you remember everybody used to be trying to jump everybody.
I tried boxing one time, and then I'm like, I took the gloves off. We gotta really fight.
We gotta go to the thing again.
Yeah, I'm like, he like boxing ain't for you. So he like you have to get hit sometime. I'm like, yeah, that's why I play football and stuff, because I could be the one hitting.
Right. You played what position you played? You played in high school?
Yeah, I played cornerback, safety, kickoff return, punt return. Sometimes I play wide receiver.
Okay. Now, man, NFL, NBA, all that shit have turned mixed. Ain't no black people in the NFL or the NBA doing nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because our football team, like both teams needed this game to make the playoffs in high school. Fremont versus Mac. The coach from Mac, he threw his clipboard down like, y'all wrong for that.
Man.
So we opened the left.
Right.
Because we already knew my cousin, he only could go right. He can't go left.
That's what it is, King Fire. Shout out King Fire Health as well. I got King Fire link drop too. Fambo, you trying to get your guns up. King Fire be over there working out, doing this physical too, man. I got his link posted. If you need me to post your link too in this chat stream, I can add it to it, Fambo. You still endeavoring on your content creation? You still doing your content creation, right?
Yeah, I've been slow. I'm gonna start back.
Okay. We got to go zoom off the camera too, so I can give you some pointers too, and let you know what I mean? Because it's certain things that the algorithm looking for, my G. I don't think no other content creators don't pass it on to each other, but it's certain things that make the algorithm catch you to get you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when you're doing a particular how do you have your content build? Is your channel a politics and news channel, entertainment, blog, or what kind of channel is it?
It's different. But
you know that?
But a lot of people, well, I think I'm just turn it back into my cars, because a lot of people like, you need to bring back the sports cars because they like that.
Right, so put it in sports. So put your channel as a sports channel because it's about your cars, but you can take the conversation somewhere else with it.
Yeah.
Because this year coming up, it's gonna be even more harder to get monetized on YouTube. They just up the ante, and everybody that's monetized, they just sitting out a new you got to sign this new release form. They got a new way they're gonna do it. So I'm telling you, Fambo, go build your channel as a sports channel because so many people are entertainment, music. You know what I mean? It's very few people that will be of our demographic that'll be doing sports cards and stuff like that.
Yeah. So like most people, they like want to do the sports cards, and they were like, who are these bass rappers you playing? They ain't never heard of them. They're like, they used to listen to bass artists, but they never heard of some of these ones.
Right. What's your most obscure bass artist that you think that I would never have heard of?
You might like my boy Chris the Fifth.
Chris the Fifth used to be I heard of Chris the Fifth.
Okay.
Hold on, let me think of a Chris the Fifth song. Man, because he used to wear them big T-shirts and stuff with the shit written on them. Chris the Fifth was around when Lil Kirk was Lil Kirk before he went to Kirk to the Diggler. You know what I'm saying? But Chris the Fifth, ain't he from Oklahoma somewhere?
He from East Oakland.
Okay. Because remember when Oakland and Oklahoma and places like that started mixing. What's going on, Godfather?
Yeah,
what you got going on, Godfather?
Cause like where Jay Stallion at? Chris should have been up there with him if he didn't go to jail.
Okay. So him and Jay Stallion came out together.
Yeah.
What happened with Chris? He went to jail?
Yeah.
Damn, Chris the Fifth.
Because he was rapping about, he was really doing that.
Okay. Getting money out there, snatching shit.
Because he had one song he like, I stay with my 40 like I'm a violiner.
Right. Chris the Fifth. What's he doing now? Is he out?
Yeah, he out.
You got to go get an interview with Chris the Fifth, man. That'll be a dope interview. See what I'm saying? Think outside the box. Chris the Fifth, man.
Yeah, I need to get back on my Instagram.
This Fambo right here, man. Y'all can't see our names. On certain joints, they can't see our names. I see they can see our names on YouTube horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Fambo, man. OG Fambo, they be dropping all the knowledge. This is a Fambo. At the height of this shit, you dropped all that shit on their ass. When all the people was in here, I didn't even expect them to come through like that. I might try to do another one of them later on. Flash mob. Okay. You can see the name, OG. Yeah, Picking and Grinning came up here too. We still ain't heard from 10 Bears.
You know what yeah. You know what we ain't heard from?
Huh?
For your grandma. For your grandma.
Oh, for my grandma, he from St. Louis.
Yeah, you ain't seen him in a minute.
I ain't seen him. Have you seen him on any other channels?
I
ain't heard from him. Hopefully he alright. Sometimes people get tired of this shit. People get tired of the internet and then they get rid. They stay away from it. I ain't seen him. Free my grandma. Shout out, free my grandma, man. This whole chat stream kind of like changed. Definitely. So you know what I mean. I might have to start going live again at 10 o'clock in the morning in the daytime again.
Salute, Godfather.
The Real Honesty Network. What's going on, Honesty? What's up with you? We just sitting up here in space on the air. Have you followed to the stream yard? How you go live 2 different ways, Fambo?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see how we live, but we live in the horizontal
Yeah.
and in the vertical. There's 2 different streams. Shout out everybody coming through. Yeah, we just politicking. Let me see. Let's put a catchy question up. Somebody might get some feedback on it. Godfather was out there cutting grass, fam.
Huh?
I was asking Godfather was he out there cutting his grass. You and Dirty Weather need to do a card. Like, you know Dirty Weather 916?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got some baseball cards and basketball cards too. I used to collect them comic books. I used to collect comic books.
Yeah, I used to do the comic books.
I had all the comic books. X-Men. I like the Marvel, but DC was too colorful. I had that Marvel, that dark, gritty. Now it's beer time. Just finished cutting the grass. Now it's beer time. You got the time, we got the bird. Godfather, you need me to drop the link again so you can come up here with us and kick your Willie Bobo. That's all we doing. We just parlaying. It's cool, laid back Sunday, man. Kick them up here and kick the Willie Bobo. Run up some watch hours. And share it out again too. But they be stingy with it, fam. YouTube can get stingy with the support, fam.
Salute to Real Honest Network.
Right. Up in here. Yeah, YouTube can get stingy sometimes with the support.
Yeah.
Next time you going to the Bay Area, or you ain't going back out there no time soon?
I'm not really for sure. I might try to go for maybe Christmas, or I'm guessing. See how everything work out.
Right. But to get out there and check the homies. Hey, did you know that girl, that rapper girl that she got killed over there in front of the little boutique she had popped off?
I knew her music, but I didn't know her.
Okay.
But my niggas like you, like you knew her, but you might don't remember her. Like maybe because they're like, cause you was always moving.
Right.
Because I was always moving.
Okay.
You're like 1 minute you on the West Coast, next minute you the lab, you're back on the West Coast.
Right. What you think is better though, the West Coast or Texas? If you really just had to say, I'm here.
To me, here it's better because I don't get in that much trouble because nobody know me here. Just keep me out of trouble being here.
Right. So you can
when I'm in the town.
Maintain your
yeah. Yeah, and then plus when I'm in Oakland.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't hustling no more, but some of the old police officers, they ain't looking at that. They remember you. hey, you still up to no good. That's how they look at it.
Wow.
Once you're a
Feds
criminal,
on this shit.
you're always a criminal.
Right. Yep. Once you're a criminal, it's a criminal. But you know what? It seems to me like some of them get mixed up. Black man and criminal. They white as get crossed. When they see a black man, they automatically think criminal. That's the first thing come to mind.
Yeah, like Sanchez, he was an asshole.
Right.
He didn't give a fuck who you was. Black, white, blue, green. Y'all all criminal.
Right. Everybody.
Yeah. The people
Now,
like, oh, cause
now
he,
everybody a criminal.
like-
Everybody
like-
a
he
criminal now.
yeah, 'cause my nigga Dion like, oh, you Mexican. That's why you doing the blacks like this. He like, I take a black motherfucker to jail fast as I take a Mexican to jail.
That'll cross game.
Yeah, but he,
Okay, 9 people in here, man. Double tap that, man.
but like Sanchez, he saved me too one time because they're trying to book saying I did a robbery at this certain time. He like, no, he didn't do no robbery at this time because I had him detained. I was running his name, make sure he didn't have no warrants.
Wow. See, a lot of them, especially if that's what they do, be a good police, that's what they gonna do. They gonna do their job.
Yeah.
And nothing.
I just didn't like Sanchez, but he was okay. If you ain't doing nothing, you good.
Right.
Cause the other one took me in. I was like, I didn't do no robbery because I was at this same time. I just got pulled up about Sanchez. He like, nah, it ain't no record showing this. I had my nigga go to the hood. You need to get in contact with Sanchez. The chance come in there like, yeah. And I got out that the next day.
Okay.
He like he couldn't
What's
do it.
Sanchez up to now?
Huh?
What's Sanchez up to now?
He retired now.
Okay. His balling ass. He probably retired to a McMansion.
They say he run a mental health program.
Okay. Shit, he been giving people mental health problems. Now he's running a mental health program. All the motherfuckers either drove crazy. Now he mental health.
Yeah,
I get it.
One nigga covered that. Oh, like yeah, he might need it too.
Right. But most people do, just like prison guards. They're in prison half of their day, so they just know less like prisoners. I got King Fire link drop it too, man. Health is wealth. Y'all get over there and get your squats in. What they doing out there? What the area you in right there? Is that a peaceful area?
Yeah.
Okay. You know that gang stuff, no matter even the demographic or social status, whether it's rich or poor, gangs always seem to, seep in. Is there any gangs out there?
Yeah, you got them, but it ain't.
Right.
Ain't like the bigger cities.
Okay. What they do is this. It's more probably 3-letter gangs than probably crews, like friends that we the riders.
No, you get your blue and red.
What's going on with Pakistan and Iran? Sports. You was in here yesterday. Sports Z.
And they was like, "What is you? Is you blood or you crip?" I'm like, "I'm neither one."
Right.
I'm from the Bay. They're like, oh, "Okay. Oh, you from out there with show?"
Either you a pimp or
they're like,
you a mob.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Bay. Basically, either you robbing or you pimping.
Yeah, because I was like, "What's up with you? What's up with you, blood?" and that's why they're like, I thought you was a blood for a long time. I'm like, nah. That's just how we talk. We say blood and cuz in the same sentence.
Me too. I say cuz, I say blood, but I say young blood also.
Yeah. Yeah, I
remember
know
when
Oakland.
no bloods out here.
Yeah, because he lived in Oakland for like 3 years.
Right.
He like, yeah, y'all be saying that blood and cuz all the time.
Mm-hmm.
He like, when y'all used to say cuz, y'all used to make me mad at y'all.
When the last time you been to LA? Have you been to LA?
Yeah. Last time I was in LA was in 24.
Did you have to check in? Like they say when you come to LA, you gotta check in. Did you have to check in?
I ain't never checked in with nobody.
I was doing a temperature check. I wanted to see your response to that. Godfather say you use brother a lot. You know they say the communists and Democratic Socialists use the word brother a lot. So Godfather, when you use the word brother, fam, is it brother? Like what's his name? Snapping to a Slim Jim. Is it brother like that, or is it brother like Paul Hogan, or is it brother like Ric Flair when you use brother?
Are you using without the ER?
Brother. You know what I mean?
Or you use bro?
Or even do you put the V, or they put the V, brother? Or do you even abbreviate it like the English, bruv? Come on, bruv. Come on, bruv. Godfather probably usually like snapping to a Slim Jim. What's his name? Macho Man.
He said he used it with the ER.
Yeah. Look, brother. My favorite wrestler was Ric Flair, man. Ric Flair talked that shit, dog. Ric Flair said, "I spilled more champagne than you made last year." What did you say? What the fuck?
Mine was the Ultimate Warrior.
The Ultimate Warrior. He died too,
Yeah.
man. Remember he used to come out there praying.
Yeah.
He was like the Conan of that shit. The Ultimate Warrior. Okay, him and the I used to like him and the World Warriors too. The World Warriors tear your ass up. They come out there, they gonna tear your ass out the frame. What about the Russians? Did you fuck with the Russians?
Yeah. And like
Uncle Ivan, Nikita Koloff, Russia Khrushchev. The dude that they used to be wrestling against, I know him. Magnum TA. Remember Magnum TA?
Yeah.
He from my area. He cool as a bitch. He started wrestling because he got a bad accident.
A lot of people didn't like. Who was my other one I used to like, but a lot of people didn't like him. Bad News Brown.
Oh, Bad News Brown. Okay, yeah. Bad News Brown. Rufus Freight Train Jones.
Junkyard Dog.
Okay. What about Wahoo McDaniel? Chief Wahoo McDaniel.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
You don't remember Wahoo? He's a fat Indian. You don't remember Wahoo?
I'm gonna have to look him up later.
Wahoo McDaniel. He used to hit you with the or the bow. He used to come in there with Jay Youngblood.
Was he in WWF or WCW?
He was before that. He was NWA in the Mid Atlantic. He was before that.
Okay, that's
before it started getting bubblegum.
Yeah. When I was watching, it was I was watching WWF and WCW.
Okay. He was before them when it was NWA, ECW, Mid Atlantic with Telly Blanchard and all them. I mean, Tony Schiavone was the man on the mic. Dusty Rhodes, you know Dusty Rhodes?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was that era. Like
okay.
Was it Nick Bockwinkel? Yeah, that wrestler. That Ric Flair. You remember Ric Flair?
Yeah.
He was on that circuit. Ric Flair used to be in my area all the time. He owned a restaurant my mom used to work at, and I used to get my birthday. But I got my birthday cake free from 2 times. Off of, you know what I mean? Big ass full sheet strawberry shortcake joint.
You had your boy Lex Luger.
Lex Luger, Sting, the Four Horsemen. That was my crew right there. Four Horsemen. That was my crew. But I was a Ric Flair fan. But I was opposite too. I liked Ric Flair and Dusty Rhodes. But Lex Luger, yeah, he was the future. Sting came and turned it out, though. Remember, Sting came and turned it out.
The Road Warriors.
Yeah, the Road Warriors. That was like one of my favorite joints. And they remember they manager used to be fighting too. What's the manager? Paul. The Road Warriors, Rock and Roll Express.
The Demolition.
Oh, Demolition. See, I didn't really watch WWF and all them jokes. When they started getting commercial with the wrestling, I got older. I ain't really watch that shit no more. But Ric Flair, I'm when Ric Flair was the champion. That's when I was watching wrestling, when Ric Flair was doing his thing. When they was really seeing like they really was going at it for real. This was right before Hollywood came in with all the money. You know. Kamala, remember Kamala?
Yeah.
The Ugandan barman.
King Kong Bundy.
King Kong Bundy. One of them used to come in with the whole King Kong Bundy though. He was a big bald head dude with the beard.
Yeah.
With the area.
That was Hacksaw. When you think about Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Yeah.
He came with the 4x4.
Yeah.
He had the 4x4 board.
Yeah. Coming in, knock the shit out your ass with that 4x4.
Yeah.
I even the last wrestler that I like that came through with 2 of them. Rock. I fought with Rock when he came through with the eyebrow, and what's the other dude with the cut off shorts?
Cut off shorts.
Steve. His name's Steve. He got the cut off shorts.
Cut off shorts.
There's a white dude. Low hat Caesar.
You ain't talking about Stone Cold?
Stone Cold. Him. What's his name? Stone Cold. What's his whole name?
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Okay, yeah, Steve. Sliding through. Sending my fanbo. Respect, Brody. Y'all remember the Von Erichs. Yep, the Von Erichs. Did they just do a movie about them? What it is, Frisco JD. You want us to drop the link? You can come through. We just politicking. Yeah, I remember the Von Erichs. Y'all remember the Monkeys? They couldn't win a goddamn match. The Monkeys could not win. That's what it is, family. Frisco in a half.
You dropping your new stuff, Frisco? What new slap you dropped lately?
Let me drop Frisco link. Let me get Frisco a jacket so he can drop his link in here. If he got any new slap, he can just drop it into chat screen. That's one of your compadres right there, Fambo.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're a rapper from the Bay.
Okay. Shout out Frisco JD. Shout out everybody else that's coming through too. Also, all y'all that's out there. You know, no matter what gray skies y'all going through, the sun will shine. Hey, Fambo, you know that that fundraiser that I had the other day about the PTSD? Somebody donated a dub. What's going on, Dolly P? Only hope is in prayer is the building. Dolly, what's up with you, sis? Coming in showing us support too. Greatly appreciate it, Dolly. Silver Star. That's what it is, fam. Dolly P, how's the family, man? What you got going on? Me and Fab Beezy just kicking back. You know what I mean? Yep. Dolly. You say, Dolly says, I'm doing good, but you know what I got down to? Sparkles in the start, you know, I'm broke. Drop your cash out in here. Somebody hit Dollar P on the cash. Easy. Okay. That's what it is, out and about on the town.
All right, be safe out there in that jungle.
Riding around with that 40. They still got the 40s out there, y'all. They still riding with the 40s, though. I'm late.
They're riding around with the chasui.
That chasui. Okay. That click. Remember, it was all slow when we was coming up, fam. It was pop. And then you might hear but now that's it. Now it's stop. Bing. Change. Gray sky's gonna clear, Dollar. That's all good. What's that right there, Fambo? Is that some good? What was that? Some good?
Yeah.
You said it must be white privilege. Shit. White privilege? We'll be chilling, darling. No, it's not white privilege because you know now white privilege is monetized, sis. They got white privilege monetized. The only way you're gonna get the white privilege is that you got some money. And that go for black people, Chinese people, white people. They ain't just giving that shit out no more. You can't go in the bank and use your white privilege no more. They gotta say, well, what you got behind it? It's money now. Who's the one president that sank this country? What's the number one city in this country, man? What's the city that we all should be keying in on that we don't? What's the number one city, the most important city to you, Bambo, in the United States? Rap to rate. I said city, not state. Austin, Texas is the most important city. Okay.
For me,
Salute.
Oakland. For me, Oakland.
Oakland. Okay, for you. Okay. Somebody said Austin. For me, I'm gonna say I think the most important city is Pentagon City, outside of DC. That's the most important city, and we don't never, hear about it. You familiar with Pentagon City, Fambo?
Yeah.
Hey, Fambo, you see how you doing the sun like that? You see how when you just turned into the sun?
Yeah.
Watch out, like the algorithm might read that right there, and send 1,000 people in here. After that sunshine, this shit is all, I'm telling you, it's funny shit with these channels, man. It's like triggers. NYC is the most important city, Charlie. And why do you say NYC?
That might be the most corrupt city.
NYC. I would say it's the capital of the world. Should be the city limit because it's my job to build up my own community.
It might be debatable with that NYC. Some people might think LA.
Right. and both of them about to be Democratic socialists because LA got one of them Democratic socialists that want to be the mayor. That shit crazy. But okay, if you didn't say DC was the capital of the United States, what other city would be the second capital of the United States? I wouldn't say NYC really was the financial. It's the face of it. I would say Delaware is more of a financial hub than NYC, because Delaware is sort of like the Switzerland of America. If you know, you know. Nashville, okay, Nashville. How is Mondani doing? He's doing no less like any other politician. He's doing him. I want to see the end results. I want to see the end results of that Democratic Socialist stuff. You know what I'm saying? The second capital of the United States. Chilling. What's up, Montrese? Chilling, fam. How much is gas where y'all at, man? How much is gas?
$3 to $3.49.
Wow. That's crazy. When it gets to $6, that's when I'm gonna be worried. When gas get up to like $6, then I'll be Langley, the new capital. Langley, where's Langley at? This is a Langley and Hampton, Newport News area where they got the Langley Air Force Base and all the ships and all that, the rockets and all that. That shit crazy.
It's already $6 in parts of California.
You said what?
$6.
God damn. See what I'm saying? California, they always loopy with it though. I think it's the cost of living though.
Yeah, because when I went there in 24, Santa Monica, they was already at $6.
What?
The lowest was $5.69 to $7. The unleaded was 91 was 7 something.
God dang.
It might be more now. But in Santa Monica, they always try to tax you more.
Yeah, Santa Monica super touristy with all them yachts, and they got all them yachts and everything over there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Santa Monica.
And when you go to the beach over there, it don't matter what time it is. Don't think because it's late night you don't gotta pay for parking. You gotta pay for parking 24 there.
Okay. They play the game raw.
Yeah. Because some places we have the beach at a certain time. When you come, you only gotta pay.
That's crazy.
And you think nobody there, but wait about 5 minutes, somebody pulling up out of nowhere. They got sensors over there. This person didn't pay.
Wow. That's crazy. Come here. We need to talk to you.
Yeah, because I did that one day. I'm like, okay, nobody here. Then my folks say, did you pay? I'm like, no, you don't got to pay. Like, no, you're like, yes, you do.
Fambo, catch my back. Fambo, catch my back with the crowd right quick, fam. I'm gonna drop down for a minute, okay?
Okay.
Keep the party going.
Oh, it's $5.49 in Frisco. Some spots it's over $6. Yeah, it's high in Cali anyway. But big cities will, because the most. You in Texas? rappers? Or are you in California? Y'all liking everything going on in your city? Did they change any new laws? Yeah. Yeah, the government, California government, yeah, you need to be out of there. We need something new in there. Because some people can't afford where they from. You was born there, but sometimes you got to move somewhere else because the rent too high.
And that is for real, family. Like, sometimes you got to relocate to survive.
You from there, you can't afford to live where you from. If people come here ain't from here, they can afford to live here.
In Austin. No, you in Abilene.
Yeah. It's
hey,
cheaper
Todd
here.
was in here last night going in. What's up, Todd? Todd was in here last night going in. I got to put a jacket on Todd.
Yeah, you still get places here. You get like $700. They still got $800 places.
Out there where you at?
Yeah.
Okay, now that's reasonable. Remember, $500 would get you in there. When we was younger, $500 would get you in there.
Go to California. Go to the Bay. You won't find nothing like that.
I know $500 is the home the HOA fees.
Yeah.
Chilling.
Some people won't rent you a room in the Bay for $500.
On this side, you can find something like that.
Yeah.
We got a lot of old people that are realtors.
Yeah. They want at least eight to 1,000 for a room.
Right. A little room.
Yeah.
But out here, you can find something like that. $1,000. If you got $1,000 and you're looking for like a 2-bedroom, maybe you can might finesse it, finagle it. I'm telling you, with $1,000, it's gonna be something decent too. Because we got a lot of hidden jewels in our area, and then we got a lot of people that own stuff that's like older. Like a lot of people inherited a bunch of real estate. They get old.
They just trying to make a little something off of it.
Yeah.
They ain't trying to get rich off of it. They already got money.
Look, you can ride through probably a neighborhood and buy like 50 cars because older people will get sucked into buying a car, pay it off, and then now it's sitting there because they don't even drive. You know what I'm saying? So many Buick LeSables and shit around here that the Buick LeSable company and gas these old people up to pay. You know what I'm saying?
They still riding the scrapers.
Right. That shit crazy.
Yeah, cause people like, who started the scrapers? I'm like, the old people started the scrapers.
Yeah,
so we just see how
big dog. Yeah.
We just see how those was looking like. Okay, when we got older, we start putting rims on it.
Yeah. Or when you got your grandma scraper, you put rims on her shit, and then she still wanted to drive it.
And some people put the spinners on. I hated those.
Yeah, them, what they call them, spree wheels.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I hated those.
That was so gimmicky. What was next? Put a pillow on their hat. Like, I just like stock rims, like BBSs, and I mean, or maybe some Trues and Vogues or something. All that spinning and it
was only one I seen was like I messed with those because it was made out like a dice. It wasn't made like the other spinner. It was like I think that person might have had custom made ones because nobody else was like that. Yeah.
So the spinners was spinning like the dice was rolling and shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody said they moved from San Francisco to Brentwood. Is Brentwood a suburb of San Francisco or Brentwood, California? My utility loans are over $500 a month. Wow.
It's still California. It's still
okay.
It's the Bay. It's still the Bay. Both is the Bay.
Okay.
Yeah. But San Francisco more expensive to live there in Brentwood. Brentwood. Yeah, you still in the Bay.
As a principal business. Kicks, what's up with you, OG Kicks? I saw it, Todd. It was that George Bush stuff. I saw you in here doing your thing. Just stay tuned. That's how we get popping. Fabo, you know the BMC, we get popping sometimes. Like thousands of people come through here. It all depends on how that title hit.
Sometimes we can have 2 people. Sometimes you can have 200 people.
It depends, because last night I just was kind of tired, but that shit was popping last night. That shit went ham. Because these people is tired, man. They tired out here. They hungry. Donald Trump getting all this paper and ain't helping nobody.
The more people share it, the more it can get out there.
Right. But now, guess what they telling you? Guess what they telling you? That don't matter now. You got to stay on point. Like I was telling you about the niche earlier, you got to follow that niche. Brentwood is East Bay. Okay. That's where you and Frisco. That's where y'all used to hang out in Brentwood. My first experience with people from the Bay was on the internet, fam. It was a young man that me and him used to go back and forth.
It's more closer to Pittsburgh, Antioch.
Okay. What's that about? What's that
That's the East Bay. It's on that side of the East Bay.
Okay. Is that near Vallejo?
It's a little ways from Vallejo.
Okay. How far is it from wine country? Because I noticed y'all close to Napa Valley.
Yeah.
Okay, you ever had a job out there moving bottles of wine or anything? Okay.
I just been to the festival one time.
Okay. And got bent. That wine to get you bent.
Yeah.
Went out there and got slizzy off that Rossi.
Yeah, because a lot of them politicians, they think that they drink wine. They ain't alcoholic.
Right, and they drink multiple glasses. 4 glasses of wine I had to pass.
No, not glasses, bottles.
But you know what? 4 glasses in a bottle. A bottle was goddamn damn to them. 4 glasses is a bottle. So I knew somebody that used to drink wine. That's the worst drunk. That wine drunk. Oh my God. They're the worst ones, man. That wine on drunk, that wine shit.
Yeah. But if you want to, like, you didn't have that much money, like, just say you wanted some Hennessy, but you don't got that type of money, you might go get 2 or 3 bottles of this wine.
Or just one, like one of the big ass ones.
Yeah. Especially go get the Colorado.
That Colorado gonna have you right. That's that grandma wine, because my homeboy grandma used to drink it. You know, the big fat one with the little plug, the little jug handle joint on it. His grandma used to get one on the first every month. Just a goddamn on sweet red.
Yeah.
Have you tried E40 wine, or was it novelty?
Yeah, I tried one. I tried the Pinot Grigio one.
Okay. That I would have tried a sweet red one or something, but that Pinot Grigio, that light color, they always seem kind of sour to me.
Yeah, it's a little sweet. It's mixed, a little sweet sour.
Okay, yeah. A Pinot Grigio, But what about, you ever tried that 19 Crimes? That 19 Crimes is kind of sweet. They got all different kind of flavors of it. Snoop was pushing that joint at one time.
Okay, the Snoop one. I never had it, but I heard people talking about it.
Yeah, 19 crimes, and the 19 crimes are in reference to the 19 crimes that'll get you put on a slave ship in England. Sent to Australia, to America somewhere. 19 crimes that would definitely get you sent on.
And this nigga, he supported it.
Yeah, Snoop was supporting that shit.
Yeah, I seen the one with his picture on it, but a lot of people from Long Beach was telling me about it. They're like, it ain't worth the money. We can get some cheap stuff is way better.
Right, Snoop working with them people.
Yeah.
Snoop Dogg came a long way, and now you see how distant he is from the black community.
Yep.
He damn near like Elvis. He an icon, but he unreachable. The people don't relate to him. Only time we relate to him is when he's Snoop Dogg. We don't relate to Calvin Brothers. You got to constantly stay in the character.
To stay on top, you gotta let them know you still down for the cause.
Right.
You could be on the top today. Tomorrow they can make sure you be at the bottom where you started back from.
They'll do it too, and you see how many of our people that they do it to, especially people that's like basketball players and stuff like that. They get them good football players. They be high on the hall. They even give them the wives. But as soon as when they don't need them, you don't see none of them really being successful outside of playing sports. You know what I'm saying? Like this dude just had a $140 million contract, and now he's working at a car wash. It don't make sense.
Cause they were just buying stuff, what investing,
right?
Blowing it. I'm in the league. I'm gonna get some more money next year.
Right, and then your knee get blew out. But you know what's so crazy? I don't know why they don't buy corporations instead of buying sneakers. I'm gonna buy a sneaker corporation instead of buying a car. I'm gonna buy car lots. I mean, instead of buying a bunch of spending all this money on a fancy home, I'm gonna buy probably 10 mid-level homes where I can get some money off of when I ain't got to play basketball. I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying? It's just so backwards. But it's
like 40 said back in the day. Don't buy $85,000 car before you buy a house.
Right. I see them, you know, they have on the big gold chain, the big chain, right? And they got the Mercedes-Benz keys hanging out their pocket, sleeping on somebody's couch. You like driving a $70,000 car and you're sleeping on some girl's couch.
I'm glad you right. It was some rapper I was listening to. He had a verse. He's like, there's people driving by, they chain worth more than the car. That ain't right.
Right. It's crazy.
Hey, your vehicle, your necklace costs more than the car you're driving.
Right. And sometimes it kills me when I see somebody with a big necklace on and it's not real, and they be really like running around acting like they did. You're like, come on, man. At least keep it official. When you in the industry, of course, you put your money towards a business so you can spend money to make money, right? When you in any field, once you get a certain amount of capital, you invest it. You don't just all buy. Some of that, you spend $1, you got to make probably like $10 to replace it. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. I don't spend money unless I got my money up. I don't just do frivolous.
Yeah, because you perpetrate one of them SUK boys might pull up on you.
Right. You say the SUK boy, okay. What is that? What does that stand for?
Stick up kids.
Okay. Stick up kids. Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, they can think, okay, this is the real deal until they try to sell that motherfucker.
Right. Yeah, damn. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I don't know why when people say the rappers had on these expensive jewelry and they got robbed and they found out that the jewelry was fake. I agree with them. Of course I'm gonna have a fake chain on because I know you might try to take it. So you know what I'm saying? We got Youngblood about to pop in here too again, Fambo. He wanna talk about division. We're gonna see what's going on. I'm gonna drop the link for him. Let's get some American feedback. There go the link right there, my G.
Yeah, because some of them don't wear their real jewelry when they go out. Like, only time they really bring the real ones out when they're going to perform.
Somebody say Obama and Biden aren't presidents, Trump is. Can you explain that? And I just dropped the link. Come up here and explain to us why Obama and Biden are not presidents and Trump is. Come up here and stand on that. But yeah, family, that fake jewelry shit, man, that'll be the way. If I got money, I'm gonna keep all my jewelry. Always stay good because I came up from under. Shit happened. This shit got to go, so it got to be real. You know what I'm saying, fam? Shit happened. You gonna have to put this in the plate with everything else when the goddamn on pawn and broke away that shit out. You know what I mean? That's how I came up.
And some rappers they're like, oh, he lost his jewelry. Yeah, he wasn't tripping off of it. He got insurance on it. He get.
Sure he does.
Yeah.
Sure he does. I think Kim Kardashian ain't got insurance on her shit. You know that she always getting a break-in or somebody always robbing and stealing from her.
Yeah.
She just had a break-in.
You got insurance on it.
Right. Need some money. And that's why you should always don't ever go and get fake jewelry. Always put money into it because you might have to bust that shit down. Know what I'm saying? You might have to go put your money where your mouth is.
If you using buy a necklace, just get the all gold ones. Don't get the diamonds too. When you try to sell it, you ain't get nothing for them diamonds.
They go, hey, Fambo, I'm trying to tell them that they're gonna bust them right out that bitch. Back. Because you're gonna find out that they're not real, they're not the VVS's, they're the industrial diamonds.
Some of them bust them out and put them in a bag. Here you go.
Mm-hmm.
They give you the diamonds back.
The bitches ain't never some carbon. They ain't never some industrial diamonds. Yep, I just go with the straight gold anyway. And if I do deal in diamond, it's gonna be in baguette, and I'm gonna have I want a certification. Even if I'm buying it from the mom and pop jewelry store, I want you to give me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the only time people get with the diamonds if they get a ring.
Right. I just keep it official. I mean,
yeah. If you get a necklace, you don't want to get diamonds. If you want diamonds, more people can get it in a ring.
Right. Like this is a baguette earring I got. I had this earring for 20 years, if not longer. Like in that picture when I got on that Coochie sweater, I had this earring on. I keep my jewelry for a long time. That's why I buy the real shit so I can get in the shower with it, run through the mud. You know what I mean? And then Lot and them come, I ain't got to go get. Y'all got it on. I'm out.
I need to get some more.
I dropped the link too. I dropped the link down. If y'all want to come up in politics. Nowadays, you might as well get some now, Fambo. The gold going up and up. By the time you go buy some, people ain't noticing that because guess what? They won't buy real gold. Fambo. By the time you go buy a necklace, that shit gonna be goddamn 10 G's. It's where it's somewhere around 45 right now, 41. Highest it's ever been in the world.
Hey, it depends on what carat you getting. You getting 10, you getting 12, you getting 14.
I suggest like 14 and 22. 10 is good though. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you live in the hood, get some 10 if you're gonna run around with a chain on.
Or some 18.
Yeah, okay. Okay, division in the culture war. In 30 minutes.
I was more 18.
Okay.
That's why I was. My father like, why your gold look different than mine?
See, a lot of people don't know about their carats.
Yeah.
And if you could get a hold of some of that gold out of India, now that's where it's at.
Or Africa.
Yeah. But India do a lot of 22. Like when you see the Indian women or look at that Indian band ring, those don't be 22.
He was like, yeah, because he had 10 carat. He was like, why yours look different than mine?
Because
I had 18.
Right. You gotta put a few more $100 behind it, family. Yeah, put a few more $100. Get a few more impurities out of it.
That was his first time buying something gold. He didn't know nothing He didn't know about the. He just grabbed the first thing he seen.
Right. Like, and they'll go and get it. Remember, everybody was wearing the 10-carat Tech 9 necklace around their neck?
Yeah.
They'll go and get that. Or the biggest, like those earrings, them big ass Cameron earrings, that was killing me.
Or they had the what's the other one back in the day she was wearing?
Or the diamonds, the fake diamond jumps like R. Kelly. The 5 carat, like baby, you know.
The nugget, the gold nugget.
Okay, the nuggets. I remember they used to wear the nugget ring and the nugget necklace.
Yeah. It had they had the earring everybody was wearing.
Okay. And then remember everybody was wearing that lion head too, the lion head ring and the dollar sign necklace. I would never get.
Or they get the 3-finger ring.
Yeah, oh my God. I would never get a dollar. The nugget, that 3-finger nugget ring used to be dope though.
Yeah, but you know that motherfucker was fake.
Hey fam, I kept coming across the nugget pinky. Remember the little nugget pinky ring that was floating around everybody? Now that was good.
Yeah, I had the pinky one.
I kept coming across the nugget pinky shit. Now you find that motherfucker, they gonna give you some money, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cause that's what I used to do. Like I'm telling you, I used to be a young person. I ain't never deal in nothing that wasn't like official because you never know what's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Like the Dow Jones, the stocks going up and down. You know what I'm saying? Shit. How good is your collateral? You're nothing without collateral. You know what I'm saying? That's why if you just have to buy a Benz, make sure you go to Mercedes-Benz. Don't go to Mike's car lot. Go to Mercedes-Benz and get it. If not, don't even do it. You know?
Yeah, I was coming from the store and this dude like, I gotta go. I was like, let me see. I was like, I don't know if this real. I was like, let me use a little of my bleach and see. He was like,
oh shit, they got the jewelry. Hey yo, fam, you know they got the jewelry that is bleach proof, right? And remember they hit it on the sidewalk.
Yeah, this before people knew about all that other stuff. This like in a like 95.
Yeah, I know
95.
I know a nigga that made about $500,000 selling fake jewelry named Minnie Mac.
Yeah,
walking around dressed like a pimp with real
you know
jewelry
on. You know the little welling things you used to weld?
Huh?
It's kind of like a welling gun, but it's like you could do engrave the number in on it.
Yeah.
You can make it say 14K, 18K.
Right. Yeah, Minnie Mac and them, I think that shit, man, they used to get everybody. They used to call them niggas the flim flam man. Every first of the year, school year, they catch them kids going to buy their school clothes, catch them before they go in the store. Be like, yo, I don't usually do this, but I need to get home. I need some gas money. And show them the little chain and all that. Man, they used to get my nephews, my son. They got everybody. What's lunch and apples in here? Yeah, I think they got lunch and all that.
Yeah, because
everybody, man.
It was somebody trying to sell one. He like, nah. He like, I was like, it's a pawn shop right there. You can go sell it. You know what he say? You know what they always say? They don't got ID.
Well, come on, use my ID.
I'm like, you come in there with me. I could go in there and sell it for you.
And that's a good way to tell you whether it's real or not.
And then one of them like, come on, we could go in there. It was like one ever said that. Out of all of them.
He had to have it. He had to have it. You know what I'm saying? Good chance they might fuck up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's pawn shop. They're like, we give you 180 for it. I was like, okay.
Right.
I'm like, I'll buy it from you.
Okay, I want it now. But you know, that's a lucrative game right now. So many people got all this broken jewelry. If you can get it out there that you buy broken jewelry, you could probably get it for little or nothing. But you'd be imagining what people got in their jewelry box. Rings that's platinum that they don't even realize they're thinking that it's silver. And probably a bunch of chains from different income tax years where they wanted to ball out. And then the chain broke. They never got it fixed, but they got the chain. And if you could, you know what I mean, you could go pick it at their house and get paying for it. And then take it to a pawnbroker or send it to one of them places to get it melted down. You know what I'm saying? Weigh your shit before you send it in. You know what I mean? Just go around in the hood. That'll be as they catch on, somebody will try you because they know you're dealing in gold. You know what I'm saying?
And then I come back, I get it from him. Then like a couple months later, I go to the pawn shop and sell it to him.
Right.
Yeah, but they gave me more for it because the gold was going up.
Okay, the price went up on it.
Yeah.
Did you have a gold rag when you was young, Fambo?
Huh?
Remember the gold rag? This rag right here. Hold on, let me see. It was a rag that everybody carried around to wipe their jewelry off. Wow, I can't find it now.
Oh, you talking? I had the black one.
Okay. The blue one with the light blue side and the dark blue side.
Okay, it could have been blue or black.
Yeah, it had the two sides to it.
Yeah.
I know people that used to. Okay, here you go. Look, this shit right here. With the two sides, the rag, the shirt, and then this other side is supposed to buff it up. Remember they walking around with this shiny their golds? They was terrible with that shit, man.
Yeah, because I used to see people come out their pocket with their shit doing they go. I'm like, I shine it at the house, and then I'm leaving that rag at home. I ain't taking this rag with me all day.
Man, I know people that's all they do. You know how you always had that homeboy that always brushing his hair? That's all the people who shine their golds. Nigga, you about to shine that.
And before you shine it, hey, okay, mother's like, oh, this mother kind of show off. Let me take this shit from him.
The next time, the next thing is he can knock you too far playing.
Yeah.
My bad, you know what I'm saying? He'll bolt you. He'll knock that bitch out your mouth. My bad. I remember when people was getting 12-year-olds were getting gold teeth.
Yeah.
And it started with just that one. Remember, they used to just get that one tooth on the front of their mouth so everybody can know they got a gold in their mouth.
Yeah.
Or the slip
they get
one. Huh?
They get the solid one.
Yeah.
Make sure you see it. Cause you know how some people had the little just around the corners, but mother start getting that whole solid one. You can see that gold. You got a second guess. Yeah.
Then look, then the slick ones that had the ones that on the side. If he got a gold on the side of his tooth, he's slick as a motherfucker. He's slick.
All right, be on that. Or have at the top right corner.
Mm-hmm. He's slick. Watch him. He'll break in your house. With that one goal, and then if he was the manage to get two, he a kingpin. Once he get that two, he a kingpin. April Showers, what's going on, April? If he get that two, he ain't no stopping him now.
And then when they start opening the gold teeth shots in the hood, that's when they mess up at.
Right. Because we had one that his name was Dr. Rose, and he did everybody gold, and he had got a crack habit. Man, Dr. Rose was doing golds for like $100, like crown molding, like real dental work, man. He fell the fuck off. What's going on, Mike? Mike, you was in here going ham last night too. That's what it is. Ain't nothing wrong with it. You in America, you should be able to voice your opinion. April, what's going on with the fundraiser, man? Drop your link too, April, so they know where you at, man. What's going on with you? Drop your link, man. What's going on with the fundraiser y'all was doing? Fambo, you endeavoring in any fundraisers for kids this year? Filling in the book bags up.
I ain't do nothing this year.
Right. Shout out Fambo too in the house too, man. Make sure y'all get over there and check them out. Hey Fambo, can you use the keyboard while you in the chat? While you up here? Because you know you could be texting BMC and Nightbot to drop your link as many times you want.
Let me share it because I have to do it on my.
If you text
calendar.
BMC,
But it ain't gonna be. I gotta just share the link because if I use mine, it'll be the other channel I'm on.
okay. What's going on, K Rock? K Rock when they put the goddamn aviators on too. Okay, K Rock, what's up with you, play boy?
It's coming back
Okay.
because I felt like we left some things unsaid, my brother.
Okay, that's what it is, fam. That's what it is.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You say you wanted to discuss vision.
Well, I never got to talk to that cat from Oklahoma. That's neither hither nor thither. I thought
Right.
that was going to be the reason I came on, but honestly, y'all are just having a good conversation. I want to get back on because, you know, it was fun the first time. Figured we keep rolling. But I was talking, I had just put in the chat that we should talk about culture wars and division, which was the topic of the day. And I noticed that some people were complaining about this isn't even the topic of conversation. Why are we talking about which was originally who divided America?
Right. Sometimes you gotta have a conversation outside that box decision though who divided it, because sometimes we gotta get to know each other. Why I do it? I'm able to. I like to switch different conversations and topics and stuff.
I agree.
What's your ethnic background? So, what's your ethnic background?
Huh?
What's your ethnic background?
Oh, Black, Indian, Creole.
Okay, Black and Creole. Okay, and you, young man? K-Rock,
Creole, Indian, Black, Creole, Indian Creole, right?
Yeah.
I called it. I mean, when I lived down in Texas, I worked with a lot of folks that were Black, Creole, you know, Indian persuasion from you know, Louisiana. And they had that look, you know, a black folks with freckles and a little bit more light skin and a little bit more different color hair, you know. That's my homie right there. Like, that's the first thing I thought right when I saw it. I said it right away, and you were like, "Yep." Except for you know what I'm saying? Like, you saw that I missed one little or whatever it is, but you know, that's the weird thing about it is dummies. That dummies are gonna come in this chat and they're just gonna say he's not even black. And just because they haven't experienced the world, they haven't been outside of their own little bubble state, whatever they live, whatever town they live in, they haven't been anywhere. So they can't see shit because they just haven't seen people. They don't know that people look different when you go different places. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like it's not anything bad to say against people who haven't gone out of their own little comfort zones or left their own little town or whatever it is. Sure, go ahead. Support your community. Be good. But understand that you live in a part of the world that's like this. And the people that you see is nothing compared to what the world has offered. Not even the country, not even the next state next door. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's real, man. Are you worldly traveled? Have you traveled outside of the
I have. Yeah, I've traveled. I've been to. Let's see. Yeah, I've been over into Europe twice. I've been to Asia once. I was in China. I went to China. Let's see, that was back in 2010. So I was a young kid. Oh, not even 30. I was like 30 when I went to China. Europe. I've been Europe a few times. I've been everywhere in the United States.
Right.
You know. But
So,
it's these people with these small-minded views and stuff that look at somebody and they go, "Oh my gosh, that's not even a black guy." And it's like, it's just so dumb. Or that's not even a woman. I was just talking to my girl from Austin, Texas, right now on the phone, and
right.
she's 6'3". She's 6'3" woman, right?
Right.
She's tall. I think she's pretty. I think she's beautiful because she's cool. And because she's beautiful, because she's intellectual, she's fucking hilarious. She's way beyond a lot of dummies out there. But like, she's one of those people that people. She gets labeled as a, what do you call it? A trans. The people are like, "Are you a man?" And you know what? That's the thing is that like little men who can't handle a tall, beautiful woman. They immediately switch to that whole, "Oh, that's a man" kind of thing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I hate when somebody does that to Michelle Obama. When somebody come in and say Big Mike or disrespect that man's wife like that, knowing that she is not a man, like it just baffles me.
That's part of the embarrassment of being an American to me, is that people think that they just go ahead and say Michelle Obama. Obviously, I mean, you know, I guess it's not obvious to some people.
What's up?
It's not obvious that she's a beautiful woman, but I can't help those people.
We know that she's a woman. You see what I'm saying? It ain't even about her being beautiful. It's that she's a woman. So give her that respect. When these people will come in and say, you mean Big Mike? And it's probably some fat dude sitting at home. You know what I'm saying? That's dissing this man's wife.
Or some fat dude, or some little fucking boy, or whatever. Some dude with a tiny dick that's like, "I could never handle a woman of that."
Incel. What do you call them? Incels.
Incels, yes. They will never get pussy, and they don't deserve pussy because they can't distinguish. And you know what? Those are the same people who are going to come in here and say things like, "Define a woman." The same ones that can't tell what a woman is. They can't tell that Michelle Obama is obviously a woman, and that's just a joke.
And when I first heard Charlie Kirk say that, that was one of Charlie Kirk's tactics. Define a woman. So you're saying God is the man, that type of shit. Or then he'll change it up and ask you about the black family. He'll ask you, so black fathers not being in the home, is that more important to you than God? Of course, you know what I'm saying? He was a master manipulator.
Well, that's what I'm thinking about. This culture war stuff that is the division in the country. And I don't know where people get that. You know, a lot of people do, you know, incels, all that stuff, people who just live inside of their own homes or whatever. They don't go outside very much. Maybe they order their groceries on Grubhub or whatever they do, you know, and can't actually go out there. You know, if any of these people were to meet Michelle Obama, they would go, "Oh my God, not only is that a woman, that is a fucking awesome woman. That's a badass lady." You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, but they never seen her in person. They watch some bullshit online, and I saw the one video that I think is funny where it looks like she has a dick swinging in her pants, which is I don't mean to get your channel flagged or anything about that, because I'm not saying that that's real. I think that's hilarious. Whatever that is, that's not. You know, they call Obama gay. Maybe he's gay. I don't know what he does on the side. I don't know what he does on the side. There's one guy. There was one guy that accused Obama of that said he had Obama hit on him, or they had a sexual relationship or whatever. But the guy that accused him of that, if you haven't noticed, that dude that accused him of that has been already, you know, he's already known as, like, he's been in court for fraud before. So it's like, come on, like, you know, it's not like a bunch of.
I'm gonna pick you to a key thing with that guy. with the Obama situation. Look, you talking about the one that his brother popped up and was talking about it, right?
I just looked it up like a couple weeks ago, and because some people have been saying all that stuff about how Obama's gay and everything, and I'm like, well, let me see where that comes from, and I looked it up, and the only source I could find was someone who had already been convicted of, or I don't know if convicted, someone who had been brought up for charges of fraud in the first place. So he's like, I don't know. Does Obama suck pee-pee on the side? I don't fucking know, but I don't think.
This dude said Obama had the powder, and he knew what the crack was too. That he had the crack, and they were hanging out. Anybody knows that crackheads and powderheads do not hang out. It's a two different kind of vibes. No matter what you're doing, even if it's some illicit shit, crackheads don't hang with powderheads. When he said that, I said he's got to be lying. He said Obama
hung out with crackheads and potheads,
but at the same time. It's a different vibe.
At the same time.
I just got a little bread because that shit they gonna tax your ass for that powder, but that crack, you know what I'm saying? Y'all probably was recreational, but I'm talking about full-time crackheads and powderheads, fam. Recreation is probably powder.
Unless that powderhead was selling crack.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know it's two different things. And dude said that about Obama. I was like, nah, he ain't hang with Obama. But they would have been on the same wave. Because powder is laid back, draining. Crack is bouncing off the wall, especially if you catch some of it with that B12. It's bouncing off the wall. So that shit. I just, you know what I mean? I just say, I don't care about Obama being gay. What's his politics like? What can he offer me to better my quality of life? Because all of them gay or got everybody got something going on. Either you're addicted to sugar or you addicted to, let's say, Colombian sugar shit. Everybody got some kind of addiction. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's gambling or watching naked women, man. We always like to point out the bad things and we forget about all the good. Just saying that culture diversity. More likely of us got the same culture. We just interpret it different. Because we all ain't you straight up from America, right? You're from the United States, right? You from the United States, K-Rock. Are you from the United States?
So I've seen a lot of accusations about Obama, and you can look at the numbers. Obama deported more people than Trump did in his administration in his 8 years, because he served 2 terms, right? He deported more people. He sent drones. He bombed a lot of people. People like to say that. See, that's the craziest thing that I hear is, what did Obama ever do for black people? And I'm guessing that's usually coming from white people on the internet, who have already been succumbed to the rhetoric. Who have already been succumbed to the rhetoric of this administration, and everything, when everybody was hating on Biden. Biden deported more people than Trump did too. So, like, right now, there's more people in detention. There are more people in these detention centers, which are being called out for horrible atrocities, as far as like human rights atrocities, where people aren't being fed. They don't have clean facilities. They're being treated like dogs, and they're not being treated like human beings. And you know what? The thing that bothers me, that's the division, is there's the people in this country that think that's okay, that you throw people in a detention center where they have facilities unfit for humans, where they're being treated like animals, and then you have all these people who are like, well, you know what? That's what they deserve. That's what they deserve, because they came to this country illegally. So what? So they're not people. So they're what are they? Oh, they're illegals. That's why they have to use that rhetoric. You can't call them people anymore. That's why they would prefer you call them as illegals. And that's just, to me, that's just wrong. I bet, like I said, man, I traveled. Y'all have been over. many places, right? You all seen a little bit of the world.
Right.
People are people everywhere you go. Human beings are human beings. They're not illegals. They're not immigrants. They're people. And you don't just put them in detention centers that don't have proper facilities to sustain human life and make them suffer like they're animals. And that's what's happening in this country. And too many people are okay with it because the rhetoric has convinced them of such. That it's okay. It's okay to treat people like dogs or fish or whatever animal of your choice, and it's just, that's what bothers me the most.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Do you think that this country is headed towards democratic socialism because of all of this back and forth, and the Republicans ain't doing shit, the Democrats ain't doing shit, Donald Trump is doing what he wants to do, and he doing nothing for nobody? Do you think that will push Americans into the arms of the democratic socialists?
I don't think so, because we're not, because as much as we're trying to become a progressive society, and I believe that more people feel that in their hearts, that we need to have more compassion, more empathy, even though guys like Charlie Kirk, rest in peace, even though he would say things like empathy is this made up new word or whatever. Empathy is just this new what do you call that, neocon kind of word that doesn't mean anything. Empathy is not a new word, and it's not a new concept. What it means is that you understand that human beings are worth something. And if you're going to be pro-life, if you're going to try to tell me that you're pro-life and you care about other people, you're going to have to convince me why you can put people in these detention centers where they're given poor, they're unsanitary situations. They're not being fed properly. They're not being treated well enough. They're not given their right to an attorney, and they're being fucking persecuted the way they are. And you're going to say you're pro-life? I'm sorry. This country should be going in that direction, but I'm sorry. I got on a tangent, but
now go ahead. Speak your mind.
It should be going in that direction. This country should be going in a direction where we really start to value human life, and we start to treat people like in a progressive society where we actually, there's a lot of things I can go on about, but I don't think it's going that direction. I think it's going the other direction, and I think this administration that we're under currently is helping it go backwards. Well, we're starting to go backwards against the rest of the world, against most European developed countries, against the rest of the world, where they actually have, they take care of their own. They have health care for every citizen. They have health, they have, affordable housing for anyone that needs it. This country is trying to go backwards, and I'm not sure whether or not we're going to be able to, go back the direction it was going 10 years ago.
Right. 10 years ago, we was in a good space before all this division. I'll say 20 years ago, around 2005, we was in a good space. Everybody was signed to Def Jam, Rockefeller, DMX. You know what I mean? Yeah. It was a party atmosphere. And now, you know what I'm saying? The cavalry just started. Now it's
yeah, mate.
BMC. I'm gonna hop back on in a little while.
All right, my G.
All right, salute.
Salute, Fambo. Thanks for coming through too, man. And for y'all, that's Fambo who drop all that dope information into the goddamn chat stream all day. Thanks, Fambo. Come back anytime, man.
All right, salute.
Salute, fam. Okay, hold on.
So yeah, I didn't mean to go on a tangent like that, Money.
No, it's all good.
I have strong feelings about it, and I see, that's why it's nice for me to actually get my face on one of these live streams and represent myself, because I see so many people say that I think that they can't back up. And that's why I wanted to get on there in the first place.
Right.
You know how it is, man. You see people, you know when they're real and when they're just trying to. He wasn't going to come on here and talk to me face to face. Not even on a live stream.
I would have got y'all up here and tried to, you know what I mean, straighten the beef and see what's the resolve. And just, you know what I mean? Because
I was hoping he would.
But nah.
So
sometimes before you take it, try to have a sit down, fam. You understand? Before you try to take it to
maybe someday we could do that.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, because he's like, well, a lot of these people they assume because I have like values that are left leaning, they immediately go to some kind of rhetoric that they already are talking about on some other live stream where, oh, I must be trans. Are you trans or whatever?
Why is that? Explain that to me, family. Explain that one. Why would they say that? Because you support them?
Because I lean one direction on the you know, the political scale.
Wrong with supporting them. If that's your people, that's your people. Because you can't. I mean, and that's what I try to tell people. The LGBT community has been here for eons, and everybody has somebody in their family or closely associated with them. So there's no need in being homophobic and acting like it's some alien shit. It's when they do the weird shit. Whatever you do, when you do something weird with it, is when I got a problem with it. Or when you, I mean,
exactly. Exactly, and what they're saying is unfounded. They've never seen my face before. They don't know what I look like. They don't know what I do for a living. They don't know where I live. They don't know nothing about me, and they just want to think, oh, well, you want people to be able to. You think men can have babies? It's like that's not what I said. You know. So
what is it? What is it? What was it? What did you say about that situation? Let's clear it up. Because it seems like we like hitting at something. So clear it up. Why did they say that about you? Because ain't no wrong with what you feel. Because you might, like I said, you might know somebody.
It's not they. It's not they. It's person to person. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it's not they. It's one person at a time will make some kind of claim where someone in Oklahoma says they have the best economy, the best GDP in the country, and I say, no, you don't. And then they're like, "What are you, trans?" You know, that's how they ride. That's the answer, because they go immediately to that kind of I'm like, no, I live in a red state too. Well, I live in Wisconsin.
Right.
Wisconsin voted for Trump. I believe we were one of all the swing states that went for Trump this past election.
Mm-hmm.
So when I say, so, you know what I mean? Like, so I say, oh yeah. So I told him I live in a red state too, and he said, no, you don't. Prove it. Tell me what state you live in. And I'm like, already listening to this dude from Oklahoma, and I'm like. The Wisconsin GDP is almost double that of Oklahoma, even though Oklahoma has a lot of money, but they get it from different sources. Like we're talking about, you know, obviously Wisconsin is the dairy state. Wisconsin is the beer state, right?
Right.
Oklahoma has a lot in energy. They have oil fields. And I don't know what else does Oklahoma have.
They got
I'll tell you what else they have. I'll tell you what else. They're 48th in education. They're 8th in most poverty in this country. So I just don't really, you know. I was hoping he would come up here and we could scrutinize that argument, but instead, I figured he'd do what he was going to do and run. You know what I'm saying?
45% of Oklahoma, the reservation too. So it ain't that big a landmass.
Those reservations definitely turn out a lot of income for the state of Oklahoma. Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. And then
I've been to Oklahoma many times. I love Oklahoma. Tulsa is one of the nicest cities I've ever visited.
Right.
I like Tulsa. OKC is all right. But yeah, Tulsa, Oklahoma. When I visited there last time, I was on tour with a band, and I had like a couple gigs over a few days, and I really enjoyed that city. I thought it was a really nice place. But I'm not trying to diss Tulsa or Oklahoma. I'm just trying to say, let's not. He was throwing out all these numbers about how it's this huge economical factor in GDP of America, and that the gas prices there are the low. And you know what? I did look into it, and he wasn't lying. Grocery, they have recently, this last year, they put sales tax on groceries and stuff down to nothing. They have given them relief in Oklahoma, but don't you think that might have something to do with the fact that they're one of the poorest states? You know, give these people some relief. Yeah, that's not like a flex. To me, that's not a flex.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't mean to be weird about that, but like I thought dude was gonna come in and we could talk about it.
But they probably would have ended up in a shouting match.
Yeah, and that's not good. Who knows? That's not my intention. Never my intention.
But so, who would you say was two candidates that you would vote for in the 2028?
In 2028?
Yeah.
In 2028, two candidates. I have yet to see them. I have yet to see them. I think it's too early. I'm waiting on midterms. I could give you a couple ideas, but I mean, if you just want me to throw out, thank you, sir.
Yeah, let's throw out.
I can give you a couple ideas. Sorry, I just got dropped off there. I'm on my Uber tour today.
I do it.
Yeah. I don't go out. I'm going out to get dinner right now by myself. Kids are at home. My wife's at home. I'm just gonna come get myself some food and have a beverage at the local establishment. It's like $10 for an Uber.
Yeah, that's what I do. I use Lyft. Uber too high.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, Uber too high, man.
I don't know. I don't know who I like. Honestly, Pete Buttigieg is one of the only candidates I could stand behind. Gavin Newsom, I don't have a lot. What's that?
What's the Pete? What's he do? Is he an oligarch?
Currently, Pete Buttigieg. Well, he's the ex. He was Secretary of Transportation during Biden's administration. People don't like him. He's a naval officer. He was a senator and a mayor in where's he a mayor? Where was he the mayor? You remember? Pete Buttigieg was the mayor of a city in Georgia?
Okay.
Or South Carolina.
Okay.
Somebody in the chat help me.
Who was Pete Buttigieg the mayor of, y'all?
So I don't know. I see him every time he speaks, and I just he was a naval officer. He spent 8 years deployed in the military. Did a lot of good work in the Navy. Did a lot of good work as I don't know. He's one of those beloved people. Every time I see him, he lays things down cut and dry. I'm not saying he's not a politician and that I trust him or anything like that. I'm not trying to be one of those naive people who's like, he's the man. But the guy seems to lay it down. Every time I see him go on Fox News, every time I see him go on CNN, wherever he goes, he lays things down, cut and dry, makes things understandable, and makes them real. because he doesn't go on. I don't know. People call him a disgrace, a liar, but that's how they call every politician. Gavin Newsom, I don't have AOC. I don't think he can be elected. I really don't have. I haven't. Where are you at with that, BMC?
I don't either. I don't like AOC. She sucks. She's like
I'm not a big fan either, brother.
She's like an after-school special. I don't think she can make it in the White House. She's not strong enough. You got to be strong-willed and be able to tell a bunch of lies without, smirk.
Don't say that.
No, that's what a politician is. That's why I say Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, because she has a lot of experience in the executive office already. So she gonna need to show whoever she bring with her the ins and outs of how to get this shit done and go ahead and do it. But they need to do it outside of the Democratic style of shove money down the throat. They're gonna have to do it sort of like what Donald Trump is doing. And in order to do that, they're gonna have to position themselves with the military-industrial complex. Because Donald Trump is doing nothing as a president right now. Everything he's doing is as the commander-in-chief. He ain't doing nothing. He ain't giving out no butter. He's straight guns blazing.
Well, speaking of the military-industrial complex, who's running that show right now? Who are the main benefactors right now, would you say, of the military-industrial complex as we speak?
Hold on, I'm about to tell you. Let me get it. As we speak.
I'm talking about the benefactors. Who's making money off of this war?
I'm about to tell you. It's like 5 of them. Listen, the people who making money off of the industrial complex is Lockheed Martin.
Lockheed? Absolutely.
Boeing. Northrop Grumman. General Dynamic. Okay? Pentagon City. And like I told you earlier, Pentagon is the most important city. That's who making money off of it. Defense contractors. The 5, because they done whittled it down now to those 5. Right there that I name, but it's the defense contractors. That's who Donald Trump is in bed with. We keep thinking he in bed with Amazon or Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a part of it too. He in bed with him too, because we got the Space Force, so we got to link his rockets. We got to get to space now. You know what I'm saying? But
I agree we have to get to space, but it's not by the means that, like, I still like, what's the last mission that we just sent around the moon? I'm sorry.
We should be way past that.
Can you call that out for me there, BMC?
What?
So it was the second mission, and we just did a boomerang around the moon.
Yeah, for what though?
Well, for what purpose? Well, I believe that the next mission is we're going to land on the moon, and then the intention is we're going to start setting up. We're going to start building on the moon so that we can start to mine the moon, take elements out of it that we need and mine it for things that are going to be beneficial. Also to set up a permanent space station on the moon so that we can go further.
Right.
What was the name of that last mission we just came back from?
I think it won't.
Artemis. I'm sorry.
Artemis.
I kept wondering. Oh man, I just got to the spot. There's already people yelling. I'm gonna go inside. You cool with that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm in a little downtown spot at my summer place.
Okay.
Ooh.
Is the music gonna be played? I'm gonna turn off the monetization real quick. Is the music being played?
Good to see you, buddy. All right, brother. I have to holler back. It's louder than the bastard in here, brother.
All right, fam.
All right, I'll take you out next time. Thank you.
All right.
Better BMC.
All right, fam. Shout out K-Rock picking the granite. Just came through. Politicking. Is the flock invasion of your privacy or is it fighting crime, y'all? Somebody take a stab at that. And shout out everybody that's been riding with us. We had a little bit of a journey today. And oh yeah, picking and grinning as you in the background. Greatly appreciated too. You had looked out earlier. Salute, family. We're gonna wrap this one up, man. Shout out to everybody that came through. We'll be back with another one.